Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here, Lidoma Pubg Mobile International Series. My name is Max, and I'm going to be your host, analyst cast. I'm going to be here all day, pretty much, but I'm going to be joined by two absolutely fantastic people to bring up the hype of the Lidoma International Series next to me today. It's going to be, first off, Mustache Dave. It's a long time, Dave, since we worked an event together. How you doing?
Hey, man, I'm doing good, man. They reached out in the emails. Say, listen, we need a thick mustache in the EU. And I said, sign me up. So, hey, I'm here now. Happy to be joining both of you here on this beautiful, beautiful Friday.
Yeah, super pumped to have you back. I think the first time we're going to be casting together, the first time we're going to be casting with Niptura, which you're above us, Niptura. So I don't know how I should refer to you, but no, great working with the first event together. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling great. I'm really excited to see how these are going to start going. I've heard some good things, so I'm ready to get into it, Max.
Yeah, interesting stuff is going to be going down here, of course. And as we know, we had the semi-finals happening just yesterday, I believe. And so many teams have been trying to claw their way up into the European finals. Now we're down to 18 teams that will hopefully be able to make it to finals to fight against the best of MENA and of course Turkey combined. So a lot of things are going to be happening throughout these now 6 games are going to be happening. Well, 5 games, not 6, 5 games.
Yeah.
That's going to be a graphic later on. Maybe a show match. He wants to see a TDM match between Dave, Niptura, and me. No, I think we'll lose potentially if we go against pros. But I mean, Dave, we got a lot of really strong teams coming out here, and I think that we got maybe a few favorites that some people might be looking at here.
Yeah, for sure. And before we get into that, Neptura, new setup, first of all.
Yes.
Loving it. Love the little plans you got back there.
It's not new. It's just seeing me in my living room because we do late night events. So this is my actual
setup. Okay. Yeah. I like the vibe, though. I like the vibe.
Thank you.
But to answer your question here, man, good question, by the way. I'm honestly going to be looking at Major Pride. I know we'll have the teams list popping up here very shortly, but I'm looking at Major Pride just because looking at their previous, history within the scene in Europe, I have to say the most consistent teams in Europe. I know they didn't finish first during finals, but just looking at the event as a whole during PL, they were just finishing first, throughout the different phases. So definitely Major Pride is going to be one of those teams that I have my eye on here today.
I think especially Effect is a bit of a skip player. But no, with that said, let's go check out the format and see how things are going to be going down. Because, I mean, Niptura, really, we're looking at this format, right? We know that we're going to have 6 teams from each region, 6 from MENA, 6 from Turkey, and 6 from Europe. Turkey's already got some really big names already qualified, so we need to bring the heat here for Europe.
Yes, we absolutely do. And I think, honestly, the selection that we have at the moment coming into tonight's games, I think already we're shaping up to be a really strong contender against some of those teams from Turkey. So I'm super excited. We have a few teams that are more well known to some of us, but we also have some teams that are some fresh blood to the scene, some community teams who are going to be fighting and doing their best. So I'm super excited to see how they're going to perform and see who we can look out for in the coming season. So super excited. See what I think we're already looking very good against Turkey.
Yeah, as Kalaris would say, riveting stuff going to be happening this tournament. But especially right, Dave, is the fact that when you're looking at MENA, you had 200 teams initially at the start of this tournament, 100 for Turkey, 100 of Europe. So even at this stage where we are at right now for Europe, where it's only 18 teams, it was still 100 teams initially. So we already have the very best of the region, hopefully fighting for that top 6 position.
Yeah, I mean, it's massive, the amount of signs they had here for this event as a whole. And we're at the bottom portion of the E1 where it says regional qualifier finals. 18 teams, 5 matches, top 6 go to the grand final. And that's what we were talking about. We're going to have MENA, we're going to have Turkey and EU. First of all, I love how, traditionally we got 16 teams, when it comes to competitive PUBG. I love how we're throwing in 2 more into the mix because I'm really curious, how is this going to affect some drop spots and rotations? Because before the show, Max, man, I believe we were chatting up a little bit here. We're still using the PMPL settings as well. So it's going to be pretty spicy, in my opinion, with these 2 additional teams.
Yeah, and of course, when you're talking about spicy tournament, that means you're going to have a spicy prize for teams to fight for, hopefully, that we're going to be taking a quick look at right now, which I got to say, when it comes to the European region, Niptura, we got, of course, PMPL was a $100,000 prize pool, $150,000 for the European Championship, but rarely do you have, these big prize pools for community events, well, not community events, events outside the main format that's run by the Pubg Mobile Esports team. So no, the fact that these teams can fight for this higher prize pool is going to be really high for these finals.
Oh, absolutely. I think everybody's going to be really, really excited to all this with such a large prize pool. It's really encouraging to see region in general. You know, as a region, you know, you do have a few of these tournaments, but not really to this scale outside of those kind of more professional leagues. So super, super exciting for these teams to get into, and it's a great encouragement for teams who want to get into professional game. It's really nice for them to have a little bit fight for. So yeah, super nice to see.
Yeah, I did call prize pool, so I don't know if production hear me. I'm going to call it again. Prize pool graphic. Let's go. We got it. Look at it.
There we go.
So of course, here we go. This is the distribution we're talking about. You know, of course, that first place $2,000. It does trickle down $1,000 pretty quickly for second place, but still, even if you get in sixth place, you still potentially secure yourself a spot for the next event after that. But prize pool of $5,000 total for the whole event is absolutely bonkers. And I hope to see who can take that $2,000 because that's some good pocket change.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, this is for the grand finals stage 1. So teams competing today, the top 6 qualify to compete, and that is going to be taking place on the 18th. But what's even more impressive here is they got a couple of these going down, you know, throughout the next couple of months. So you guys were saying, I am just all for it with having these additional events outside of like the official events. You know what I'm saying? These same teams show up, compete, but what makes it even more special is that teams from the community can also qualify and compete against these bigger name orgs, you know, and try to put on a show. And this is what I was talking about. Yeah, this is got more events. So hey, I'm hoping we'll be showing up and pulling up as well because this is some good stuff here.
Yeah, can't believe you spoiled it, Dave.
Spoilers.
Before we went to the graphic. But the thing is, Rise, we can also somewhat speculate here, Nip. Rather, if you're the champion of the International Series Season 1, who knows, maybe you'll have a direct slot into the finals of the second season. So, overall, $25,000 on the line for the entirety of the technically 4 seasons, 3 seasons, and then the finals is going to be a pretty decent chunk of change for these teams to fight for. So, if who can actually win the whole thing would be very impressive to see who's going to be on top at the very end of it all.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 2023, this season is really looking super, super, super exciting just, with this event alone. So yeah, International Series, you got so many teams, because we were talking about that earlier, weren't we, Max? Was it something like 400 teams actually came in at the start of this event, and now we're here to the final few. So yeah, there's a whole lot to play for. And, even if you didn't do so well this season, there's always next season as well. Series 2, Series 3, and the series final as well, all coming together. So very, very exciting stuff indeed.
Yeah, it's going to be see how things are working out. The one thing, Dave, you mentioned in particular that I found very interesting, and the reason you picked Major Pride is because they're hyper consistent. Much as we keep saying, consistency is important in every PUBG Mobile tournament, which is the case. The thing is, a team on a really good day could bring a really massive upset table here. So your top teams, the look-like favorites, like your Gladiators, your Major Pride, your MADBULLS, chances are, if a team that we don't know too much from the community actually pops off and gets like 2 wins potentially, they could bring a massive upset table.
Yeah, hey, listen, you bring up a great point, Max, man. The host most for sure. I'll be giving a 5-star Yelp you after this, but this is only a one-day event to qualify the top 6 to the final. So yeah, we chat about consistency a lot. Here's the points breakdown. But like you said, looking at past results, a team that can really start off the day strong, and we'll get into it here a little more. I gotta say, MADBULLS, they start off their events pretty strong most of the time. So 1 or 2 good games, nothing but momentum. So what I'll be looking at. Game 1, Game 2, Maxman.
Yeah, you're talking about the big team names, of course, with Zerich being the MVP of EU, so no, I'm not too surprised that he comes up relatively early on here with MADBULLS. But yeah, the point system, of course, Niptura, that's been introduced throughout this 2023 year so far. Chicken dinners, not as impactful as they once used to be. You really want to be mainly focused on those kills that we're finally allowed to say on broadcast. Yeah.
Yeah, we are.
Whoa,
yeah, we get to say kills.
Someone do the beep sound?
Yeah, somebody did the beep. Excellent. But no, Yeah, I'm so excited for the new. Well, I say new. I mean, it's May. We're almost halfway through the year with this new points distribution kind of charting. But yeah, you're right. The chicken dinners, they don't matter as much. They still matter enough where you want one, but they don't matter enough to really be holding out for those final few zones. So it just makes it so much more interesting. It's allowing these teams to really use their potential in aggressive gameplay. I think so many of these teams in some ways have been kind of limited by the old placement and point distribution and all that sort of stuff. So with this new one, they're really able to shine and show us what they're made of in that aggressive CQC action. And it's been a joy to watch, honestly, Max. So I'm super excited to see how it all goes down tonight.
I mean, I know I'm a host here, but I still want to do my analyst stuff because I am at the core an analyst,
yes.
right? Is that
Yes.
we're talking about the disparity between placement points and nations. I feel like even if you're a team that aims for those placement points, which, as you said, no one's going to spit on a chicken dinner. It's still a chicken dinner at the end of the day. If you get in a good position and you get to the late game, chances are eliminations will just naturally come flowing in. So I still feel like those placement points, Dave, are something you cannot overlook. Still going to be, especially on such a short tournament, is going to be a major portion of your points that can help you qualify for the overall finals.
Listen, I know I'm like the oddball here from North America, but you know, I grew up
XW,
chicken dinners. Like, what's going on? I need the backstory for that one. But yeah, I mean, going back to your point, I know I keep bringing up like well-named orgs, competed in PMPL. It's because we got a lot of information on, a lot of stats on them. So, going back to like the place points and the elims, I am thinking a team really good with elims and they're pretty consistent with getting them. Has to be Fly Europe. Like, what are your guys' thoughts on that?
I don't know if you want to jump on that one, Niptura. Personally, I would have to say they're very good when it comes to rotation, and because they get in good positions, the eliminations tend to come flown in on their own, especially with Mandarin. I think Niptura has been a standout player. But before we continue the conversation, here's the map rotation that we're going to be having for today's EU finals. Of course, going to have 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and only 1 Sanhok with the exact same circle settings as PMPL. So no heal strat. That's going to be happening. But yeah, back onto Sly then, Niptura. Team don't know, as I said, pretty macro focused, but again, they tend to get in good spots.
Yeah, I've been super happy with how Sly have been performing in the last couple of seasons. I mean, they're a team that, if I'm remembering correctly, are kind of new to the professional scene, and yet they've been doing super duper well. I've been really happy with their performance. Like Dave said, they've been really nice on those
Pretty good? Question mark? Yeah.
pretty good. Yeah, they're okay. They're okay. They're decent. I've seen some, interesting things from them. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. They're not bad. They're not a bad team.
Okay, and here we go. We're finally going to be able to look at the overall team. So, of course, if you are a fan of Europe, there's going to be a lot of these teams that we still know from PMPL EU here, Mustache Dave, but a lot of new teams that I feel like us and also the viewers at home might not know much about. So those could really be, as we said, the big surprise factor heading into today's finals.
Absolutely. Yeah, great point. These teams that we don't really have a lot of intel on, it's going to be the same for the big name teams, from the regions. So they might actually have somewhat of an advantage just because they can kind of catch these well-known squads off guard, maybe drop near them, cut off their rotations, really spice it up. And the reason that I believe that could be the case here today, we only got 5 games. That is not a lot of gameplay to have to make it to that next round. So all it takes is one massive chicken dinner. You'll have a good amount of points with the point structure. And then really all you got to do is try to maintain it in the other 4 games. So these teams that qualified from the community, they have a real shot at making it to that next round.
Exactly. There could be so many upsets that could be brought to the table throughout today, and of course the entire season finals, where we're going to see the mix of MENA, EU teams, and of course the Turkish teams go head to head. But we'll talk about some of the really big teams, Niptura, that we're putting all our eyes and focus towards here. Are there any other teams on this team list that potentially you'd like to bring attention to?
SBG and SHOCKWAVE, I gotta represent, the French teams, but in all honesty, they've been doing super duper well over the last couple of seasons. They've really stepped up, and SBG in particular, I think, have grown a lot as a team. So I'm excited to see them. I think they're definitely one to watch here. Dagestan as well. I think they were recently in PMPL, but I don't think they really performed to their potential that I saw earlier in the season. So I'm looking at them as well, Max.
I would have to agree. I think that PMEC Dagestan was like peak Dagestan. Now we're having kind of mid Dagestan, if that makes any sense. We saw a good place on Keep and Shifu. Shifu in particular, I think, has true potential to be one of the best region. I just think he needs to play with more player them, which is not really what Dagestan has currently. So we'll have to see how things are going to pan out. But yeah, 5 matches are going to be happening today. And as, of course, Dave, going to have 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars are going to be your bread and butter for these teams. But with the circle settings, that of course we know phase 2 closes off a lot quicker and is all a lot earlier on in the game. I expect some early fights relatively quickly, also because the drops, the rotations aren't all set up in such a small amount of time.
Yeah, for sure. And we need to the rules and get some Livic. 18 teams here. They're teasing us at the Livic. Maybe next season we'll have some custom room. But yeah, like you said, the high potential, the percentage of that happening here, I have to say is high, especially with not only having those community teams, but also having 18 teams. We're pretty much throwing 2 additional teams into the mix when it comes to competitive PUBG Mobile. So it's going to be exciting, man. And honestly, the team that kind of gets to jump in game 1, game 2, they're going to have a good chance of qualifying, just because only 5 games today. So I said earlier on, one strong game, maintain it from there, you should be golden.
Exactly.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, I think even just an average performance for remain consistent, even without getting a chicken dinner, if you're just strong when it comes to eliminations and potentially winning those drops you brought up, might be enough for you to buy for the after this. So with the 80 teams lobbies, the closest thing I could link it back to Niptura would be we had an 18 team format, and we knew that was a very messy if so many teams hot dropping. But what would be your prediction, Niptura? I'm going to start off with the team you would like to see potentially win the whole thing. First place, not top 6. Okay, too easy. First place in.
Yeah, the whole thing? Are we talking tonight, the whole thing? Okay.
Yes.
Ooh, that's hard. I really want to go with the Gladiators, but that really feels like an obvious choice. So
that's a cop-out answer.
It is a cop. Yeah, it is. So you know what? I'm gonna go Shockwave for this one. You know what? I'm gonna go with Shockwave. They've been doing good stuff.
Okay. I like Shockwave. Okay, that's I like it. Mustache Dave, no Hyper. Okay, this is EU. Team, are you going for here for your prediction?
We're talking the whole thing today. We're talking after game 5, right?
Yes.
Just to be clear. Man, this team, if they can get a good jump start on game 2, they can really ride that momentum. I'm MADBULLS.
Oh, okay.
Ooh,
yeah, I was like, I'm picking them. I'm like, who's them?
I'm picking that team right there. That team that won.
They're really good. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the cop-out answer of Gladiators, but
I thought you said we couldn't pick them.
I didn't say that was a cop-out answer. I didn't say you could have picked.
Yeah, he just discouraged you so he could grab it.
I just snapped him for myself, but I would like the old Game Lord roster as well, because they've been just so consistent when it came, especially to the finals of PMPL. And I feel like if Gladiators aren't the team to win it, I feel like we could know the Supra Bogos as the team name actually get themselves the first place position, even if it's not first place, you know, hopefully still in its position to fight against the best teams. Because here, I mean, Neptura, we're looking at the teams that already qualified for Turkey. Our current reigning world champions, 2G, are already there. So we need to have the best of Europe qualify here if we want to even have a living chance to win.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, and like I said earlier, now we are looking pretty stacked already. We got some great teams coming up, but yeah, that top 6 has really got to be stacked for us to even have a chance against, you know, teams like UG. So yeah, we got some work cut out for us, but you know, these 5 games, we'll see who's gonna be on top and who's gonna be our contenders, and we just gotta, you know, wave the EU flag and, you know, go, you know, we'll try our best and get there.
Yeah, hopefully case. I mean, so much hype is going to be brought to the table. 18 teams going to be fighting through these 18 matches, 5 matches. I'm not good when it comes to math.
18
okay,
matches,
I tend to mix numbers. It's not my thing. 8 out of 20 in math class. Okay, so born this way. Okay, there's no fix for my. Don't ask how. Okay, I wrote my name properly. I don't know how it happened. Yeah, so we came on terms of our predictions here coming into this one. I'm trying to come up with some questions right now as we're slowly going to be getting ready for our first match.
Don't you get 5 just showing up to class, man? How'd you get -2? you can't give us these backstories. Can we just move on? What did I bring this and then up? Move on, man.
Yeah.
Okay. Normally, you'd have to describe the way to your answer. I had the wrong answer, and I say how I got to the wrong answer. So she said, "That's -1." So that happened twice, and so I -2.
That's toxic.
Wow.
Yeah, you get the answer wrong, and then on top of that, you get it even more wrong. How does that even work, man? Jeez.
You know, at least normally can't get -2 unless we continue the of teams getting banned. Like you, so please.
The Maxman Invital. There you go. Point system.
Just every time you get a chicken, then you just lose points, and it's just who's got the last point. It's at the end.
Try not to get the chicken. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Die first.
How about try not to get the chicken, but also try to get your limbs? How about that one?
That one actually.
I like that.
Really working out, but okay. We're going into the game. I wasn't aware, but Neptura, get out of here. It's just me and Dave for this one.
Fine, have fun.
Thank you very much for the insight. We'll catch you later for match number 3. But here we go, Dave. Match number 1 is now going to be underway on the grassy pastures. And, you know, as we said, a lot of favorites coming into this one. But I think especially the 18 teams, I'm waiting for those spicy hot drops and rotations.
Yeah. And, you know, some support in the chat for Sly, I saw as well. So Mustache Dave coming from NA, making some decent picks. You'll love to see it here at Maxman. Let's see if Sly, you know, they had some troubles when it comes to placement points. So I'm not trying to say they're the best of the best, but they were pretty good when it comes to getting involved, like you guys mentioned, getting into those fights and getting some elim points. So honestly, if a team could just get some really good elim points here in these 5 matches, they have a high chance of qualifying for that next round, because the goal is Maxman. That is the goal here today.
Yeah, which is clearly, I would say, achievable for pretty much every team in this lobby, especially when you see that through the semi-finals, teams like, as I said, Unicorns of Love, Dark Project, teams that had a pretty decent precedent were not able to quite make it through this event. So the potential is definitely there for every single squad in this lobby. Looking at some of the drops. If you guys are fans of PNPL EU, you can see some things that haven't moved around too much, which is mainly the Shockwave drop over in Syneria, Gladiators going to drop in George Pole, and MADBULLS still going to remain inside of Royall. So some teams here clearly have their drops and their rotations cut out for them because of their past esports events experience. But some of these teams are going to have to kind of slot in this already set up lobby in some way, which is not the best thing to do sometimes. It can be a bit rough to find. Maybe already have the best rotations and drops underhand.
Yeah. So it's definitely going to be interesting moving forward. Like we mentioned, 18 teams. We already see some shots popping off out there in the distance. Virtus Pro order already with 1 elim in the pocket to start off today. 5 games here to go. And we already saw a couple spots. Not, I want to say hot drop for Maxman, but almost contested. You know, the teams, they have enough room to loot up and not get involved early on, but there's also a high chance that once you get the appropriate loot, they'll immediately start to make that push, look for that initial knock in the collapse here. So there's definitely some high priority areas, I would say, when it comes to looking around circle number 1 and just, looking to see who might get into some engagements here first.
Some teams are on the limit of, like, you just go a little bit too far out of your position and get your head blown right off. So you want to be a bit careful, though. Talking about that, some teams like KONINA Power are going to be in a pretty fighty position here, as they are in Southern George Pole, fighting up against their wave 1 on the other in PMPL, but here another fight's going to be happening, and that's going to be Enna already losing one of their players.
Oof, yeah, Enna going to be losing one. It looks like we're going to be in prison. They got a couple squad mates over here. So the teammate that they did lose was somewhat separated, right, from the general squad here. And prison, that could be a tomb in its own right. There's only really one way out. And if that squad out there in the distance recognize, hey, we got a team in prison, they might opt to just camp them out and look for a early squad wipe. But going back here, Maxman, looks like KONINA Power looking to possibly make a push. They see some prey out there in the distance.
Yeah, of course, there's Palucci and Fashe, which are the two players I'm looking at when it comes to KONINA Power recently, which is a bit weird to say. I think we brought this up a few times during PMPL EU here, Dave, where we kept saying that KONINA Power, I would feel like in the past, was synonymous with just an absolutely beast of a team when it came to any kind of events KONINA Power were part of. Of course, there's been many roster changes. So KONINA Power doesn't have the same weight as it once used to. I feel like now they just struggle a lot more in these kind of European lobbies. But no, as we said, any team can make it. So KONINA Power, if they want to show that they've improved significantly after that defeat in PMPL, this would be a good time to do so.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is just another opportunity to kind of showcase their abilities and skills, right? And kind of get that respect back on to the KONINA Power team name, like you were saying. So you'll love to see how they got 5 games today, and hopefully we'll see them compete in the finals on the 18th, MENA and Turkey. So that's going to be interesting. But right here, we're going to be checking in at the school with Major Pride, one of the fan favorites right here. Looks like we are going to be acquiring the DBS. Max, I know we haven't had it in a hot minute, but we're on the street. I'm trying to get the nickname DBS Dave. So one of my favorite weapons in PUBG Mobile. I mean, it has become such a staple in competitive play. I mean, I'm going to open up the floor to you, man. I got to get the Maxman thoughts on the DBS.
I don't like how you turned this around. I was literally about to ask you, what are your thoughts on the DBS, since we haven't talked for so long? But you actually got me first with that one. Okay, what do you want? Do you want the serious answer?
I want the real. Listen, you could be as real as Maxman allows.
It's bloody broken, Dave. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, nerf that weapon. Geez. It's too good. It's too good. Like, okay, in PMPL EU for the finals, we had Azza, a player of SHOCKWAVE, who literally 1v4'd Gladiators. Okay, the Gladiators. 1 point. He shot one single bullet, not even the ka-chonk. It was just ka-chonk once, and he killed 2 players.
Don't line up, man. Don't be grouping up.
Don't line up, but also
push. Like... That's what I'm hearing. That's on them, dude. Don't be lining up, getting the ka-chunk. All right, okay. Maxman. They got to put a little more thought. Back to your point, back in the day, it's like, okay, there's 4 of us, there's 1 of them. If all 4 of us just, run through that door, just pre-fire, like, gonna win, right? But now with the DBS, it actually gives that solo the chance. I feel like the chance to get that ka-chunk and put a stop to a 1v4. Like, it evens the playing field a little bit here, Max.
I feel like I've seen so many breaches now during PMPL EU, even during PMGC, where you would see a team fully breaching on like 1 or 2 players, and they would just hear that single shot of a DBS, and then they would just rethink the entire team strategy. Like, oh, do we really want to do this, guys? We could just leave and not face the DBS. So I think at this point it's a staple. Everyone should have a DBS. If you don't have a DBS, what are you doing?
You're doing something.
Yeah, you're doing something wrong. You want to try and loot a DBS as much as you can. Even though I heard also word on the streets, Dave, that a nerf might be coming in the future.
I sure hope not, man. I sure hope not. Because you know what? I think now everybody is comfortable with the DBS, not only using it, but kind of counterplay. And I think utility became all that more important, like mollies and grenades, to really flush out the compound or the room before making that breach. And not only that, the sound cues, that you were talking about, the ka-chunk, like pro players now, they could time their on that slight second of reload in between the different slugs. You know what I'm saying? So at first, it might have been like, oh my gosh, this is broken, throw it in the crate. But I think now, you know, everybody had plenty of time to get used to it. I think it'd be a mistake if they nerf it, man.
I think the way to describe it right now is if you can't beat them, join them, okay? If you can't beat the DBS, just pick up 1 or 2 on your team and you'll be good.
Yeah.
And we'll see how things are going to pan
Easy.
out. Though, Phase 1 has already started closing. No team is currently... Oh, wait. We got 17 teams. Wait, you died entirely. I wasn't even... We were talking about the DBS. I'm so passionate
Dude, they
about
died to the DBS. That's how we brought up the conversation.
Yeah,
Max,
I didn't
man.
see
It all
the entire
comes
team.
together.
Well, that's an unfortunate way to start off, but there apparently RL did get himself 4 of those points early on, so that's good to see. As Virtus Pro, back to like a more serious topic of talking about the teams here, Dave.
Yo, DBS
Virtus
is
Pro's,
a serious topic, Max.
It is a serious topic, right? But to the team topic then.
Okay, okay.
Virtus Pro, I think, is a team that a lot of people expected to see good things from them, especially from Purple and ONEx, which ONEx did do well. No, when it came to PMPL, he had his... But they just brought almost nothing to the table for PMPL EU. And I feel like this is a team, I rarely say this for a team, but I feel like this is the case with Virtus Pro. They need to rethink their entire game plan. I'm talking about what roles the team can play. And I feel like how they drop and rotate overall, they're just in this tournament. 2, as MADBULLS, Flique, ooh, almost pulling his pants down.
Yeah, about to make that breach, doing a little scout action right there and immediately hitting that U-turn after receiving some shots from the Scar over here. But going back to Virtus Pro, so they looks like they are now making the rotation. Little extension. We might see them here in a couple of moments because they are getting very close to not 1 but 2 different teams here, Max, man. So hopefully Virtus Pro could come out on top. Looks like they did acquire 1 more point, as now they're up to 2 elims.
Yeah, and as you were talking about Slight earlier, Potenchik, unfortunately down, but you want to keep an eye out here, Dave, for Reflect and Mandarin. Those are 2 dangerous fraggers, especially if you give Reflect to Bush. He can really pop the hell off, so you want to be careful. Going up is going to be against the Saiga, does get 1, but ONEx is there to clear off the attic. And Single will be rezzed. I didn't think so, Dave. This might be a bit tricky.
Yeah, it looks like you got a full commit at this point over here. They are going to be attempting to get the revive up there, but Purple from the off angle also spotted in the process. Now we're in the smokes. We're listening on in, trying to hear those sound cues, those footsteps. We got the Scar lock and loaded here, Max, man. Got somewhat of a standstill for the time being, as it does look like it's a straight up 1v1.
Come on, ONEx. Time to clutch it.
Oh, now it's a 2v1.
Oh, okay, well, yeah. I shouldn't have said it. His guy doesn't have quite a DBS, but you know what? Still packs a punch. Get to DBS.
Oh, no!
Oh, well, not the way he wants to
Whoa.
go. Jumps up, gets its head blown right off, and that's going to be it for Virtus Pro. I hyped them up, and the curse is still there, Dave. So, yeah, Virtus out in 70.
Yeah, man, big yikes right there. That had to have been an accidental vault for sure.
That's a good excuse when you die. It's an accident.
No, that was definitely an accidental vault right there. But I do like that we are starting to see some additional weapons being utilized here, like the AC Val, 9mm out there in the open. But yeah, so let me get your take, Virtus Pro. Game 1, Max. Oh, we'll have to get back to that because Lakers, Testman pulling on up with the UMP spray down, was able to get 1. Now we're looking for the second one. We got a little scope on that bad boy, using the buggy for cover. Do a little lean peek action, but quickly get around it, Max, man, and then ran over right there from K12 ELITE.
Weird to have a Stolber fight this early on in the game, but it was just a very early rotation coming up on the opposing side here. Lakers, Inter and Tioma going to try their best to hold down the fort, but really with 2 players knocked in such open ground here, Dave, I don't think it's worth to go for the res. You might just want to remain as a 2-man squad and get as much as you can and just leave, get in the circle, get in a better safe spot, because K12, I don't think are going to leave 2 free eliminations just run away from them. So they want to try and get those. Lakers, can they remain as a duo or will they be hunted down?
Yeah, Lakers were already down a member too when Testman got involved in the mix right there. And, Testman just didn't have their squad mates to back him up with that support to make that play happen. So I think Testman just realized that after getting the knock, you're like, oh man, I got the whole team pushing me now, fellas. And just kind of hit the dirt and was hoping that their teammates would be able to close the gap and provide that support in time, but just wasn't the case. So Lakers down to just 2 here, game number 1. But yeah, before that happened, Maxman, I wanted to get your take, man, the coach Maxman take. Now put on the coach hat. 4 games to go. Virtus Pro.
Wait,
Let's play.
why are you going to bring back Virtus Pro all the time? You're trying to
Because I want to. You're the hype man for him, man.
Yeah, but okay, normally
all right, they're dead. They're dead. Forget about Virtus Pro. They're dead. Just do better. Game number 2 as over here, ULC.
Okay,
I want to get your take, dude. I'm trying to make you the fanboy Virtus Pro.
Okay, look, Virtus Pro, they were a bit split. I didn't like the split they were in, especially. Oh, did someone just Mandarin? You just got a new haircut right there. Okay, not sure what happened there. We'll be trying to defend that little bit of a high ground position here. Team's just trying to go around. Do you really want to push on the one and only Mandarin? I think that is not a wise thing to do. We're back to VP then. A little bit too split. Not easy to regroup if you're caught with their pants down, which was the case for them. So, no, just GG splits are the way. And in that case, they were just, I think, going for 2-1-1, which you can to lose players and to potentially lose for relatively quickly.
Especially with 18 teams. I know we already lost 2 of them, right? But you just kind of have to keep that in the back of your mind that this lobby does have 2 additional teams. So the chances, again, third party and even fourth party are that much more. So Sly over here, I know they lost one really early on. This is my team to watch, or at least one of them here today, as they're pretty good. They're pretty comfortable when it comes to getting involved, getting into fights, getting these elims. But right now, no elims in the pocket, as Mandarin was kind of looking for the fight out there in the distance. Very play, in my opinion, because if they were to have gotten pushed by a team and knocked out, that would have been an instant confirm, in my opinion, Maxman. So they're already playing a little riskier than I would like to see with losing one member earlier on. But at the end of the day, that's their bread and butter. You know what I'm saying? The aggressive play style. So you can't knock them for it.
Exactly. The thing is also with the 18 teams, a point that we've made quite a few times here already on the broadcast, but because it's so important, right? 2 teams does, it might not feel like a lot, but it's still 8 extra potential points in the lobby. It's teams that can have multiple angles at the late game that can really cause a lot of major issues for you. So it will make a pretty decent impact, which is why if you can survive through the early to mid stage, then you could be looking really good to get yourself a podium finish, but you just got to try and survive that. And yes, teams start clashing. The Major Pride, one interesting thing for them, Ruder's playing, which is not a main player for the team normally in PMPL. So I'm intrigued to see how Ruder's going to fit in with the already strong cohesion of the squad, because it's not the most obvious thing sometimes to just slot in a new player. Players already have that synergy. It's not that obvious.
Yeah, and talking about cohesion, I want to get your take on Virtus Pro, Max, man. Like, them being down... I'm just joking. You didn't stop me. But yeah, you know, the circle, yes, Naya, dead center. So I know we didn't catch it on stream, but yes, Naya, dead center. So we might have some interesting close quarter combat action here moving into that mid to late game, as now we're starting to see kind of circling the main city, looking for a position to call home. And here comes the mad dash here to claim Naya.
Okay.
Oh, there it is.
Are we going to get a city finish for the first one? That is a high one. The thing is, okay, city finishes, they're fun. The thing is, when you think it's going to be a city finish, and it's when it's Yasnaya Polyana in particular, Dave, if it shifts back in the field, it's hell. It's the one of the worst circles shifts you could ever ask for when you think it's going to be a city finish, especially on Yasnaya, which is right now the smart play I'm going to say for all these teams. Okay, the coach analyst Maxman is coming out right now, Dave.
For Virtus Pro.
They're dead. I'm not going to.
Yeah.
We want to try and play on skirts of Yasnaya Polyana. If you go too deep in Yasnaya, circle shifts away from Yasnaya, you're going to have to go and fight through so many teams, and chances are, Dave, you're not going to survive it. So right now, what teams that are on the southern edge of Yasnaya Polyana are currently doing, I would say, is the textbook play. So just don't go too deep, otherwise that might be a bit risky for the later term.
Don't go too deep. So have to agree. And we got a couple teams that we did see a moment ago. They went real deep. They're going to be in Yasnaya, centering up as most teams right now that we're looking at are going to be on the outskirts, kind of like you were suggesting, playing it nice and slow. Fingers crossed that the zones continue to favor them with another hard shift. So 16 teams, Maxman. We only lost 2. A couple of squads were battered. It looks like the Lakers did eventually lose another one, forcing them down to just a solo in their game number 1 here of the evening. But at the top, KONINA Power. They only lost 1, but 3 limbs so far. They're looking okay, and they're kind of in those fields that you were mentioning a couple moments ago.
Yeah, I mean, the field, that is a pretty big gamble, though, I would say, Dave. I don't know if you'd agree, but right now, being in the fields at this early stage, you're asking for teams to have a good point of view from the city to shoot at your cars. And unless you're Jonathan back in the World League, 2-3 years ago, and you can get a 1v4 clutch, you're probably not going to come out alive from this, okay? By the way, the reference of Jonathan, by the way, true OGs. I don't know if even you, Dave, remember that one, but that was...
Whoa, man, what do you do? Yeah, I remember Jonathan. Listen, I had breakfast
clutch?
buffet with Jonathan. Relax, Max, man.
Okay. Jeez. I didn't know you were bros like that.
Me and Jonathan go way back.
Oh, really?
But continue. Please continue.
I can't continue now. I'm jealous that you know Jonathan on such a personal level.
Yeah, we text often. Like,
oh, wow, really? Okay.
Hey, I'm not going into personal details, all right, Max? Man, we text as well, you and I. So if you know, you know. But Meg over here, still 4 up. Mef team, my bad. Mef team.
This is not Family Guy. It's not Meg.
Mef team still 4 up. ULC still 4 up. So a lot of these, I don't want to say like underdog teams, because we've seen a couple of them before, but they're definitely on the radar. Your Pride, like Virtus Pro. That's my take, Max, man. You can stop me. But I do love to see them still 4 up here as we get into that mid to late game.
MADBULLS with a mad dash going to send... Wait, did they just send one player? Oh, they sent just Tulika. To be honest, Tulika, when you look at MADBULLS here, Dave, he's like the mad lad of the team. If anyone can do a super weird, outrageous, aggressive play, Tulika's going to be the one to do it. He calmed down a bit towards the last few weeks of PMPL, but he's still there popping off and trying to play as aggressive as he possibly can. He's currently got a decent position for his team, but now so many other teams are around him. Can MADBULLS really regroup with him in such a deep position? I don't think we're going to see MADBULLS as a 4-man in the late game. That regroup would be so hard for them to pull off.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge here. And talking about other challenges, Major Pride looking to get the pickup on one of their fellow teammates here within the smokes. That should be the case here, as smoke is going to buy them a lot of time. A team that we mentioned very briefly, SBG, used to be known as Game Lords, if I'm not mistaken, Max, man.
Yeah.
I feel like they have a lot to prove. I'm not exactly sure what happened in the back line with the, the previous team name or whatnot, but now underneath that new banner, this is their opportunity to really prove to, the region and the world, like, hey, we're still here. We're still gaming and we're still at the top. So they got a little 3-1 split right now. Interesting to see how this one plays out for them. As the next circle, I know we've been talking about these zones just a little bit. Looks like it did shift to the north. So some of the Yesnaya town, just a smidge, still in play. But Mac, you kind of got what you're asking for. I know you're looking for the Yesnaya fields down to the south, but it kind of pulled more towards Stallberg. But that's still going to be a lot of terrain that's going to be open here.
Yeah, so right now, if you're one of the few teams that were south, and we were talking about a few of the teams that were down there, you might want to rotate around the east or the western edge. Potentially, I would even recommend the western edge because less teams should be in points of interest over there. So this is rough because this is forcing all the teams that try to have really smart positions south of the city to crawl through the city itself. So it's going to be absolute hell. We can expect now Dave to lose, I would say, in this next circle, more than half of the teams. Like, his games are going to drop like flies. And if you can remain off as a 4-man team, as a team that initially was in Yasnaya, that would be highly, highly impressive. So we'll see if a team like then, the Suprabogos, the SBG's ex-Game Lord team, can remain as 4. That would be a really strong setup for their late game.
Yeah, we can see them. They're somewhat separated here. Rob's in the front line trying to get some grenades on some opponents out there closer in the zone. Was able to miss the mark, but does have that intel as Mef team over here. They did lose the approach, but they're going to be hugging the zone right in the south. Yes. The DBS, though, coming and playing the kill feed.
Can hear it everywhere. I mean, city finishes and DBS, like, they kind of come hand in hand here, Dave. Of course, you expect it to be your bread and butter for the city fight, so hopefully come out on top. Dagestan, though, Keep and Shifu. Shifu does get rezzed up. Definitely the player you want to have alive for your team if he's playing for your squad. While Limbo just going to try and slowly heal his way up. They currently on the more eastern edge, so they have a pretty nice transition point to get into this circle. The thing is, they are also a little bit split from one of their teammates, I believe. And they're not quite in the circle, so the next 2 minutes, they're going to have to start moving forward. They do have some DBSs, which is going to be the best way to fight versus ULC. But look at K12 North. They had that early fight happening in Stalber, but they have absolute 100% visibility on almost every team in this lobby. That is huge for them.
Yeah, K12 are literally going to be big chilling up there in the north with the high ground. They got a couple of vehicles to work with, so they can even build some cover. And they got the whole team up here, Maxman. So we need to get that next circle shift. It is going to go to the northwest now. Nice little yoink. But over here, Meth team, looking through the window, we see the cross. It is going to be Major Pride using a little smoke tunnel. Oh my, did all of Major Pride make it across the road? I do believe so. That's a huge come-up play from them right there. And they're going to be right there on the edge of the zone after that very risky push. But look at this, Maxman. Here comes the team that we were just talking about, SBG, pulling up from behind, looking to take this compound for themselves.
Yeah, that road cross is tough, but so far we had some flawless smoke roads from Major Pride and, of course, SBG. SBG, though, unfortunately losing Victor, but Robs especially has been one of the top fraggers of the team in this recent PMPL season, so I want to look out for the deadly duo of Navalu and Robs under the IGLing of Akashi. See how this
just look at the mini-map, Maxman. Look how many teams
too many colors, man.
On top of each other, right? It's like there really is no right or wrong play, in my opinion, right now. It's just survive, and if you see any type of movement, take some shots. That has to be like the game plan right now, Maxman, with just the amount of teams just stacked on top of each other right now.
I think it's fair to say this would be the worst time to be a colorblind caster, you know? Yes. You got too many colors happening all over the place. You definitely want to try and keep track of those colors as much as possible right now. Meth team a little bit surrounded, pinched between two extremely talented teams of SBG and also Major Pride, as Monkey going to be is anyone inside, and if so, maybe Jido or Molly here and there. We talked about how important they might be, Dave, especially in these finishes in Yasnaya Poliana. But Rekt looking for the info, taking a few shots towards Keep that does tank the shots, and we'll have to heal off a bit.
Yeah, I like how Watchman is just using those smokes to just buy themselves some time, but I don't even know if that's going to matter as Major Pride, Monkey on the roof, taking down Frozen as they made that drop-down attempt to get into that first story. Looks like they almost are going to be confirmed, but we're able to make it right into that door just in time as Major Pride right now with some major sightlines down here in the south, or at least for Monkey on the roof here, Maxman.
They did lose one player, unfortunately, was Ruda. Talked about the new addition to the team here going into this event, but for this first game, but that's fine. Still got 4 more matches after this. It's going to be a long day here, Dave, so city finish might be all over the place, but I don't expect to have 5 city finishes in a row, at least hopefully not. I'll have to see K12. Yeah, Sly going to be taken out. K12 going to slowly be gaining more and more terrain up north, but they're going to be gate-kept actually by some teams as this shift back towards the city is a mess. But ULC going to be taking himself an extra elimination and eliminating the opposing squad entirely. It's K12. Oh, no, actually, they're out. Okay, they look like they were still alive, but that's it for them. 11 teams now still up and running about.
Little checkmate grenade right there is what they said. So SBG down 1, like you mentioned, Victor, but they have been playing this one nice and slow, just taking their time playing the zones here. Now we can see Meth team, the duo right ahead, trying to get that spray down through the window. Not successful. Was able to make it to the shack with their teammates here. And just gonna be playing it nice and slow as watch me. Look for that angle. Oh, getting pieced and creased up right there, Maxman. That body peak, man, just wasn't the play.
Yeah, that third-person perspective, you know, if you use it properly, you're not going to take any risk and an easy elimination coming your way. Are they going to get the rest of Robs? Once again, a play you definitely want to keep alive. But right now, Dagestan 77 here, Dave. They've only fantastic position. They cleared the team that was right up north of their location. They still have 4 players alive. How many teams here, Dave, can say they still have 4 teams alive after this insane city fight in Yasnaya? Unfortunately, not many. They might have the only 4-man team remaining currently with SHOCKWAVE and might be the only one in the next few minutes.
Yeah, massive right now to just stay 4 up. As you said, Dagestan and SHOCKWAVE, the only 2 teams right now, as we're going to be taking a peek at Dagestan and their angles up here. A little pre-fire, looking to make sure this vehicle stays safe just in case they want to use it moving forward, which will be a challenge with all these broken walls or whatnot, but still, just the fact that they're thinking ahead here, Maxman, is what you want to see.
Gladiators flexing that skin. What colour's your Bugatti? Mine's invisible, I'll tell you that much, but Gladiators looking for the breach right towards Dagestan 77 as Major Pride going to struggle to make that cross. You know, the moment they peek over that wall here, Dave, there's no way in hell they're going to be left alive unless they can get some nice nades and mollies towards Gladiators. But Meku really holding the front line as his two teammates make it into the circle.
Yeah, Major Pride, they are not in the zone as well, so they need to make this push, and we see them tossing out multiple smokes, but right there, oh, Monkey catching a grenade from the last remaining member of Lakers right there. Oh, man, they're going to be grooving, and one more molly, one more grenade could take out Major Pride right now. Miku just holding down that angle, looking to see if that last solo from Major Pride will make the peak through that bro ball. Well, that was a massive grenade right there, Maxman.
Yeah, this is going to be causing Major Pride to go out like right now. What a nice shot to Kitsune. Unfortunately, it doesn't go the entire way, but MADBULLS will be the ones going down, followed up very closely also by the side of Major Pride almost at the end. And he will remain. But wow, teams are going down like flies, as you said, Dave. Gladiators really that 2-1 split, getting two angles, denying visibility and information from all the teams south was such a good execution.
Dude,
but
12 elims.
Yeah, Dagestan,
right now
that's the thing.
Dagestan.
4 players, like, which did he fight that? I don't think anyone can. 4 players is just too much when everyone's been fighting for what, the past 5 to 10 minutes now. They have all the resources. Look, tier 3 helmet, tier 3 vest, 0 damage taken. I don't know how Dagestan don't get this. This is their game to lose here, Dave.
Yeah, yeah. And you got Gladiators, the duo across the way, who also have a pretty decent amount of elim points. But for them to make it out of that 2-store alive has to be slim to none here, just based off numbers alone. So let's see, because Dagestan, if they can get the winner chicken dinner with their already 12 elim points, that's like equivalent to at least 2 chickens in game number 1, Maxman. So that is the exact start of the day that any team would wish to have here.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it on the pre-show, right? 1 chicken dinner, especially one with this many eliminations, might be enough to put you in top 16 and to remain there for the entirety of these 5 matches. That is how big of a performance currently we are witnessing from Dagestan. The Gladiators. I saw them do a few shots with the DBS trying to scare them off. Like, hey, we got a DBS. Don't mess with us. Ashifu gets an amazing nade onto Navarro.
Oh!
That's going to be the end. Another great nade.
Oh, we're making the push.
And he's going to go for the push. It's breach time.
Oh, we're making the push. Matic down below 50% HP. Keep 13. Look for the mollies. Look for the grenades. Buying themselves for their teammate to get that off angle through the door. And Dagestan 77 coming on top. Game number 1, Maxman.
An absolute banger of a first game for them. I mean, oh, we got chicken!
Hey! Chicken!
Chicken boy,
like
let's
Maxman
go.
would say, you got spit on it.
Hey,
I don't know why you said that earlier. But
I did not.
You said you got to spit on your dinner, and I was like, what is this guy talking about?
She's up there looking down on us as we were casting that game.
I am. Yes, hello.
From Dagestan, Niptura.
Yes.
I didn't come back, to be honest, but what are your thoughts on that
No,
game?
me neither.
Hey,
I loved
Niptura!
it. Hey. Yeah,
Hey.
no. I loved it. Dagestan, finally, that's who we're used to seeing when it comes to Dagestan. Love to see them coming through there. They did get a tiny bit zone lost. I'm gonna have to say it, you know, but it was really good stuff, and they controlled it well. You know, you had some pretty big teams trying to come in there, so for Dagestan to hold around against some major teams coming in there, really well done to them. GG's, well-deserved win.
Yeah, especially after when we're looking at this game, we said it was going to be all of the teams to make it in because it's finish. It's going to have to remain as a 4-man team, which is luckily enough what happened for Dagestan. But that 2-1, glad to make sure none of the teams south could make it in was also such a pivot to make sure they can have a podium finish.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they didn't get the win, but to at least have somewhat of a foothold when it comes to that late game, and they were able to get a couple of elims while at it as well. One team that I'm really curious at as we look at the MVP of game number 1, GG, I'm curious, K12. You know, we were talking about them. They had the zone up there to Albert. They had 4 up, and then next thing you know, we see a circle shift out there. Next thing you know, Maxman, they were gone. You know, they were erased. So I'm really curious to see where they ended up finishing on the overall leaderboards, because I was really rooting for them because they had a really strong position in the mid to late game.
I mean, they got that early fight in Stolber, right, happening. I feel like there's something especially potentially you could jump in, Niptura, because they got that early fight, really good clear, and then they got, I think, a bit too comfortable in the northern position and not willing to gain space, and then they just got gate kept late game because they just didn't try to set themselves up for success early enough, and I feel like that really hurt them on their tracks.
Yeah, you know, when it comes to that, you really, really have to be very quick on your feet when it comes to those rotations, because it was going to the city for so long, and then it just decided not to, and that's when, you know, you really start to see issues within a team. You know, if they're just not on the ball enough, they are going to lose out. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but you know what? Lesson learned. Hopefully, if the zone makes a similar sort of the next Miramar game coming up, spoilers for that one, and then we should see maybe a change there, a bit more a better reaction time coming in from them and from some of the other teams as well. I did see, you know, likes of SHOCKWAVE coming in there, K19 making some interesting rotations really early on, but unfortunately, of course, the zone did go then back to the building, so teams like K19 kind of lost out northern side as well. But yeah, it's just something to always watch out for. Is you've got to get that reaction time going, because you know the zone's going to do.
100%. Though I'm looking at the stats, of course, as you saw. Congratulations to Zadira from Dagestan for being the MVP of this game. 5 limbs, absolute banger to kick off the day. Though, this one to you, Niptura. SnowX, as you know, SHOCKWAVE dropped Severny.
Yep.
How did he get the longest distance traveled when we had a city finish just not that far away from Severny? They were just
that might have been Elim. Oh, no. Never mind.
No.
If he got 17,000 elims, I would be genuinely
I thought you were talking
impressed.
about order. I thought I'm still on the VP.
Right. No, right. Yeah, that is very odd. Yeah, because the left side, there we go, Western Zone. So they didn't even have to do a whole bunch of wrapping around. So I have no idea what's going on with that. But hey, impressive nonetheless.
Yeah, impressive indeed. And I don't know if you have any points to make potentially, Dave, on especially one team that you brought up in particular here, was Major Pride. And I feel like even though they did not go the entire day, their rotation to go north of their position was really tough. I feel like the White Syneria were almost textbook. Like, team synergy was present, and they were just looking hyper aggressive, which is what you need from a team if you want to carve a way through a city finish like this.
Yeah, listen, I'm still on the Major Pride hype train. That first game, I think they should walk away with their heads held up high. You know, it was just a rough situation with those zones towards that late game. And not only that, they were kind of forced to push through a funnel almost to the 2 broken walls, because at that late in the game, you're not going to bolt over immediately at the rights. But I think they could have done differently. They lost out a couple more smokes and just YOLO sent it because they knew up there on that third dome, maybe even try to smoke that window. You know, instead of smoking the ground, smoke the windows that the opponents were holding. That might have given him opportunity to make that push and that very dangerous that we saw.
True. I feel like I think just save your life in these city finishes, but also when you're looking at how it was played, I feel like they used a lot of the smokes across the road, which, you know, you couldn't cross the road without those smokes, so like they kind of needed to use them. But here we go. Well, this is not only the match rankings, it's also your overall rankings pretty much, because it's the same points, only one game played. But we got some clear favorites here. Niptura standing out. Dagestan, Gladiators, SHOCKWAVE, Major Pride. These are big names at the top that, you know, we hope to see pop off in the first match.
Absolutely. It's super nice to see them having, all of them having a really strong start. But you know what, as well, you know, we are looking at the top 6 at the end of the night, going through to the grand finals next week. So it is nice to see Lakers and SBG in there as well. And Lakers, of course, being Liberty and being in there, as that's really nice to see this kind of coming in here. And it's still very early. We're not going to call anything just yet. You know, it's only the first game. It's a little premature there, but overall looking pretty good.
Yeah, I was also potentially hoping to see SBG, Super Bogos, do really well, because as you know, they are a Yasnaya Polyana team. I was like, Yasnaya Polyana? No, ex-Game Lord might be working out for chicken dinner, but neighbors in that £1. But with that said, we're going to be ready for our break, so just a few short. We'll be back for our second match of the day. See you in a few. Dagestan 77 with the first chicken dinner to kick off the day. That is the best way, of course. You could start off the way here in the Lidoma Pubg Mobile International Series. But, Dave, one question for you. What do you expect from the Pro?
Oh, man. First of all, Lidoma, shout out to them hosting this. Still waiting for that follow back on Instagram. Maybe I'll get it now after mention. But Virtus Pro, my man. I know this is your team, Maxman, that you picked to win here at the end of the... And even you picked them on the 18th. Like, that's how confident you are in this squad. And for good reason. You know, this is a good team. I'm not... I think with having... To answer your question, by the way, Maxman, for only having 4 more games to go, this is must-save. This is truth hour. You know, this is like uncuffed. You know, like no lie, off the rip, raw. They can't afford to have another game like that today. Like, that was their one throwaway game.
Yeah.
No more throwaway games. Like, if they have another performance, they just did in game 1, they're not the truth here because we only got 4 more games to go. We got about a minute and a little less than that to go until game number 2. So hopefully for Virtus Pro, they're coming out on top, man, a chicken and get back in the race.
I'm not gonna lie, how you initiated that point, Dev, was like, he's gonna drop the truth on us. He's like, they can't have a bad game, which is true. I hype myself up more. I'm not gonna. It's true.
Hey, I'm politically correct, man. All right, relax.
But it is true, as you said. You only got 5 matches. You don't want to have L's, otherwise too many L's is not gonna work. Hopefully here.
No.
But Niptura, no, of course he saw some of the doing really well. Are there any teams that stood out to you in some way during this previous match? Do you hope you can see a bit more from in this following match on Miramar?
Oh, honestly, the Gladiators, I thought, did a super good job. You know, we saw some really 1v1s coming in from them. MADBULLS as well, I think they got put in a really hard spot, but they really fought their way through it. So looking for both of those teams to come in here on the Miramar. I think MADBULLS do tend to do fairly well on Miramar, if I'm not mistaken. Major Pride as well. Gladiators kind of 50-50, but we'll see how they go. So yeah, I'm looking at all 3 of them really to be going into the Miramar. I think you only asked for 1 team, but you know what? I'm just going to run with it, take 3. I'll leave it.
Yeah, I ended up actually making Major Pride to be an interesting team. And Dave, we did see this happen during PMPL EU, that Major's team that got actually a 19 elimination chicken dinner. And you said it right, 1 chicken dinner could be enough to secure your spot. It's fair to say 19 elimination chicken dinner at that would definitely do a dent in the overall rankings for you to hopefully qualify for the finals. Because we keep saying eliminations in this point system is massive, but like, see,
Well, I'm loving Niptura. We'll catch you after the break. I'm loving the inside.
What I love is
there,
Niptura lead.
And I'm loving the fact that it is match number 2, Maxman, coming at you hot right now on Miramar.
Good old spicy. No end word from Niptura, and just got to yeet it out right away. But, yeah, Miramar action spicy indeed. We're gonna have to see, of course, a little bit more space, so just more terrain for these 18 teams to split off. To be honest, I have to say, Dave, despite the fact this is a 1-day tournament and teams had a 1 day to qualify through the semifinals, not as many hot drops and like rotation clashes as I would have expected, really, which is a good sign. That means the prep, the research, always a good sign.
Yeah, not only that, it also kind of tells you like these teams are definitely trying their hardest. You know, like they want to qualify. The lobby is sweaty. They know if they get taken out early on, they're probably not going to make the next round. So they understand the scope of things here and the potential, you know, that they have moving forward. And I think this is an even better sign from the community teams that qualified, you know, because the pro teams, you know, they're already kind of set within the scene. You know what I'm saying? So if they want to odd drop, they want to have a good time, you're not going to bat an eye. But the newer teams from the community that qualify, I think this is a way bigger opportunity for them to really show up and stamp their name on the map when it comes to EU PUBG Mobile.
I don't know if this has happened in NA as much as it has in Europe, but I know that, for example, these kind of tournaments that are outside the official esports circuit of PUBG Mobile are really good to like with potential of new teams or individual players. And I feel like this is what you come to these events like Lidoma PUBG Mobile International Series as an individual player or a team. You want to show your absolute A game against some of the best teams in the region, like your Major Pride, Gladiators, your MADBULLS, because another team might be looking at you, or an orc might be looking at you saying, oh, these guys, extra structure, maybe a coach side or something, has potential to maybe compete on the PMPL stage or other big international events. So, definitely want to show what you're truly made of, because that could really the stepping stone for your career in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, totally get what you're laying down right here, and couldn't agree more. Even if you are one of these community teams and you've been playing together for 6 months, a year. Oh, what's happening? Hold up. Oh yeah. Oh my! This is Verse Pro.
It's my team.
What's going on? We're behind the tree. No. Oh no, Maxman. Okay, I know.
Tried to run for the car.
Listen, I know this is somewhat of a meme now within Europe, but the Maxman curse, man. I'm not trying to go there. I'm not trying to go there, but Maxman, I don't know, man. This is
Dave,
it's kind of real, though.
No,
it's kind of real.
Stop it, Dave.
It's kind of real.
Just stop it, Dave.
It was a myth, but I don't know.
I'm supposed to be. I'm supposed to be Maxman 2.0. Okay.
Yeah, there's a new Maxman.
It's a new Maxman. Okay, it doesn't curse teams.
Lidoma International Series Maxman, but the thing is,
it's not Maxman 30. It's Maxman 31. Okay, it's been updated.
Once a Maxman, always a Maxman. Versus Pro down 2. Versus Pro down 2. So, oh man, that hurts, dude. Listen, I know you're a big fan. I'm also a big fan. Versus Pro.
The worst point is that I hyped up Purple and Offes, and they're the two only guys who died from the team, which is like, in some way, even worse. So, yeah, I don't know.
But it goes back to our original podcast topic, right? That, these players, they're pretty comfortable within the scene. They're representing a pretty well-known organization. The thing is, though, on the flip end of that coin, these community teams, say there is that one player that just dominates this series, and I'm talking like popping off every single game. I think if you're one of these teams that are like set in stone, you might look to acquire that solo player from the community, because they're like, listen, this player is a beast, Maxman. So I think it's a good opportunity for these individual newer players trying to break into competitive PUBG Mobile here.
Yeah, and I just saw Razorino. I have to say it with the accent because there's a little wave above the N, which in Spanish you say ño, like that, would like. But did himself some nice Winchester shots right there. So yeah, it's definitely a way for these team name on the map of PUBG Mobile Esports in Europe as a whole. As things now, we had a few early fights happening. And interestingly so, actually, we had ONExESPORts and SHOCKWAVE fighting just north of Los Higos a little bit. Luckily enough, they were able to somewhat split off and lose no players, but there was a little bit of an altercation. It could have been problematic, but Valdemar is going to be for SHOCKWAVE. Los Higos is going to be for ONExESPORts.
Yeah, it's like the Spider-Man meme. They're all like pointing at each other. Hey, this is my spot. Hey, this is my spot. But then eventually they all kind of like went in their own directions. Yeah, it's my spot. So yeah, they should be somewhat safe for the time being. To kind of add on to your point, they are not in circle number 1, but looking ahead, they have a ton of room to work. Is going to be near their initial approach in number 1, so they're going to be big chilling with a lot of terrain, a lot of buffer zone. But a team that is going to have to start to put some pep in their step. I know this is circle number 1. Blue zone doesn't hurt all that much. There's going to be ULC. They are as far away as possible right now from the zone, and they're going to be taking a little bit of blue zone damage. But before you know it, this thing's going to start hurting a lot more. So see how they manage that one, and it comes down to just who's the designated driver. Because Miramar is a challenging map when it comes to vehicle rotations. After all.
Imagine dropping in Ruins Keck W. Okay, no, to be honest, Ruins, at least you're going to be hot dropped. No, in an 18-team lobby, that is a pretty sizable confidence boost. You're going to be able to loot up. No one's going to come and bother you over in Ruins. And you're going to have a little bit of a hike in the blue zone. Or as you like to call it, Dave, Papa Blue. And even though it's the new circle settings, do you still call it Papa Blue? Or like
Papa Blue, man.
Papa
Trademarked by Papa Jukes and Dave back in the day.
Newly Papa Jukes, yeah.
Papa Jukes, Papa Blue, all the Papas in the chat right now. As ULC, one quick note, I know we're not going to chat about them too much longer, until we see their gameplay. But one of the best logos in the lobby. I like that they got a little tent action going on. It's a tent in a triangle. You know, just the simplest logo possible. You love to see it, Max.
Does that mean they're going to camp? I hope not.
You would think so. You would think a tent in a triangle means they pinpoint the 3 positions on the map and triangulate the zones and just set up a tent and go for those placement points.
I thought we were going to get to Illuminati in some way. I was waiting for it to happen. But yeah, even though they got a tent in their team logo, they got to do the widest rotation this game. So not up to the logo so far, but they'll make it through. No one really towards Crater Fields, El Pozo, Montenuevo. So if they're done the rotations, it was maybe not a good rotation. So we'll see how things are going to work.
But you make a great point. They're trying to eliminate the risk of being hot drops, you know, or just, you know, being dropped near where they're not going to have the most of that loot, you know, get the preferred armor, the helmet before getting it. So a lot of time right now for that team. As we're going to be seeing, I believe that was that the Gladiators zooming on right by right there? Okay, Gladiators zooming right by. Gladiators currently in 2nd place after game number 1 with 5 kills in the belt, in the pocket. But Dagestan, I mean, they're at least, what, 13 points ahead of Gladiators, sitting in the 1st place spot after game 1. Dagestan, ooh. What do you think they have to do this game? I mean, for me, I think it's just maintain, maybe get like a top 5. They don't really need to be too risky here. And momentum is a real thing, Max. Man.
Exactly, like momentum, especially with a team that has as much potential as Dagestan, especially when you're looking at Keep, Shifu, and Zadira, especially in the potential is there. Though taking a fight towards Gladiators once again. I don't know what's going on with this rotation from Gladiators. They're just like a swarm.
Circling their prey.
All over the place. Eliminations are 2 knocks, so they might be like, oh, easier limbs. We want to try and catch up to, as you said, maybe they intend to catch up here to the 1st place team, which is Dagestan, that need maybe another good follow-up performance to remain up there. So Gladiators see this as an opportunity to get up in that 1st place. And now they got 3 knocks.
Oh,
so they might just get 4 limbs and take down the 1st team, which at the start of this game, they're looking like that momentum maybe also passed over to this Miramar game.
Yeah, and this is a good Virtus Pro as well, because they're down to just a duo. So any other team that can get eliminated in the process, they're big smiling. And now here comes the Gladiator for the final push of the solo right now in the compound, looking to take out the 1st team of Miramar. Game number 2. Oh no, okay. One of them knocked out in the process. You know what I'm going to say, Max, man. You know what
DBS would have saved him.
Yes, yes.
I know you so well,
Dave. That was the perfect DBS opportunity right there. Just come funnel through the doorway, my children. But unfortunate for them, no DBS.
No DBS. So sad. Oh, would have loved. I love how they just instantly, the moment they eliminate him, he's like all on that crate, like, oh, give me this loot. Hey, mine. But no, gonna have to share it like a bunch of good boys. But we'll see how things are going around. So Liberty also having Kipabos a little bit further north from the rest of his team. Hopefully not going to be shut down. Otherwise, the Reds is not going to be too easy. But we are seeing Supra Burgos going for multiple angles right now, and especially that high ground. Yeah, Kipabos knew he was threatened by the high ground. So he's like, okay, I can't stand that dip anymore, Dave. I need to go back to safety towards my team.
Love it. And you know what? Liberty, they're in 5th place, you know, so they didn't get any placement points in game number 1. But we were talking in the pre-show how important elim points are going to be in this short tournament. You know, this tournament's only a best of 5. Top 6 move to that next lobby on May 18th. So with the fact of the matter being they got 7 elims in game number 1, they're in the top 5, you know, technically qualifying already. So if they can continue just getting these elims, they're going to be feeling really good. As talking about feeling really good, looks like MADBULLS frozen playing that anchor position way downtown right here, providing some really good cover fire for their teammates to make a nice little push, a little collapse out there in the distance.
And Dave, these high ground positions are so good when it comes to early game Miramar. Like, because you know teams are going to be moving about, you're going to be gathering information. A moment a team's like locks down in potentially a dip or a very open area, you're just going to spray them down, go for some one taps if needed. And we know that. No, we talk a lot about the DBS being broken. The M4 has been broken for years now. it's just insane how good you can spray out range with it. So if you have an M4, you can one tap, you can spray, you can burst, and get those knocks pretty easily. So yeah, if you can get access to those high ground spots early on, information, damage, wealth, power, everything comes your way. You got to find the One Piece. I'm a big One Piece fan. Okay?
Information, damage, wealth, and power. Oh man,
the great era.
The great era of the
PUBG Mobile
ULC camp triangle. You know, that's one of the tips of the triangle right there. As we are going to be looking at our squad that we were just talking about, 5th place, Liberty. Now, looking for a smooth rotation over here. Next circle did pop not too long ago. Kind of going out there to the southeast, you know. For the most part, a lot of these teams are already going to be occupying a solid position in circle number 2, so they don't really need to move, but teams that we are going to see on the approach, as we're looking at right now, one of the teams, Lakers Absolute. My man, Testman, we saw him in game number 1 kind of get overly aggressive, was immediately taken out and punished because of that. Hopefully, Lakers Absolute being in overall, we'll play a little more grouped up here on this Miramar map.
I feel like there's a joke to do between Maxman and Testman, but I'm not smart enough for that. So maybe someone in the chat.
Maybe in the chat.
Something. Oh, that was so in tune, Dave. Man, what's going on?
Oh man,
I like this.
I like this.
A duo is being born.
A duo
today.
has been born.
PMGC 2023 week.
We are in tune. You know who's not in tune? KONINA Power after game number 1.
What are you gonna say?
I expected more. I expected more. You know, 14th overall. They got 3 points total. 3 of them being from elims. So let's see if they can kind of bounce back here as a little rooftop to deal with. I mean, oh, that's a free shot. If I've ever seen one. Kibba Boss immediately hitting that right there, making sure those tires are safe. But KONINA Power, Maxman, any initial thoughts coming to your mind looking at this team?
I do like 2 players in particular, Fashe and also Bellucci. I think especially Bellucci became one of my favorite players from the team. The potential is there. He's not like the hyper-aggressive player from the team, but he can be smart about how he plays his fights sometimes, like how he gets off angle, sets up his team for success, especially Fash. So I do feel like the team has potential. It's just the synergy doesn't seem quite there. We did witness that during PMPL EU, and unfortunately because of that, they were not able to go the entire way. But I feel like it's a team, if you give them time, potentially an entire spring season, back even stronger after that. So yeah, the potential's there. And in a tournament like this, where you still have also a lot of newcomers and it's just a one-day event, on their A game, I feel like they could make it top 6. But the thing is, consistency is not their forte. So even if they get one strong game, and we said one strong game would be enough potentially to be in the top 6, you might need a bit more. Unfortunately, Mandarin might need a DBS to win that fight, and he doesn't have it.
Looks like just one Sly Fox over here on their own, as the other Sly squad mates are going to be on the hilltops out there in the distance. So unlucky, unfortunate. They were immediately taken out right there. But going back to KONINA Power, yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think we were talking about it in game number 1 too. Like, you know, might not be all there for this tournament particularly, but opportunity, you know, to kind of get that synergy flowing. Maybe work on some team comp, some things that you know, they need to correct, like you were mentioning earlier on. So KONINA Power, nothing but up from here on out already with 2 elims. But talking about another team looking to rack up some elims. Saw SPG just a couple moments ago, used to be known as the Game Lords. They were getting involved.
So yeah, I would have preferred if you said Game Lord were my team compared to Virtus Pro. I would have way more.
Well, I wouldn't want to jinx them, you know? I wouldn't want them to get eliminated right after.
To be honest, even after PMPL ended, because they did end up getting himself a podium finish in 3rd place, which is very impressive from Game Lord.
Very good.
OG Western European team. Well, I had Akashi DM me after. He's like, "You see, the Maxman curse wasn't enough." I'm like, "Oh yeah, good job, guys." Like even the players are like, "Oh, we kind of."
So teams are trying
guy's kinda
to
sus.
anti-Maxman curse themselves. That's part of the strategy. That they not only have to verse the squads, not only the zone, but also the Maxman curse. I love it, man. I like it a lot.
If you're just thinking about the game and you forget about the Maxman curse, sorry, you're not going to qualify. You're already done. Lost. Okay, 16th place, out in the woods. You're not coming out alive, so we'll have to see. As you'll see the team.
I just picture the team like in a locker room with the map of Miramar, and they're like planning out rotations, and then one player's like, "But what about the Maxman curse? How do we counter that? How do we counter that?"
No rotation can save you from that.
Yeah. So what was that a second ago? That was SPG, right? They had 2 members knocked out on their knees. Looks like they were trying to get involved with ULC. Looks like the fight came to somewhat of a standstill for the time being. ULC, a little 2-2 split. 2 of their squad mates not in the zone. So SPG can maybe try to keep the duo. But we'll keep tabs on that because there's a lot of potential fights here about to erupt on the edge of the play zone, Maxman.
Only 17 remain. Look at that. The big names. Again, we're seeing consistency between already the first 2 matches. Gladiators, 5 eliminations to their name. MADBULLS, 4. Can you Pam himself 2, potentially their best game so far in these 2 matches. Major Pride, 1 elimination. So it does seem like that, what you mentioned earlier, right? That momentum that you're able to build up in that first game might be able to follow up in Miramar. And these teams are all renowned as being really strong Miramar teams. So I'm trying to see if that's going to work out. As Dagestan, unfortunately, no momentum for them. Down to 2 players now, Keep and Shifu, which is definitely the 2 players you want on your side. Zadira 2 had a good performance in game 1, being the MVP. But Miramar, 17 teams, 2 players already. Not setting a pretty good precedent for another chicken dinner.
Yeah, not really setting up 4-6, but you know what? They have a lot of wiggle room to work with, being at the tie points in total, 15 limps after 1 match. So we'll keep tabs on that duo, as now it looks like ULC trying to make the potential breach onto SBG over here. Going to be holding them back with some grenades for the time being. Oh, where
the circle.
Virtus Pro. Oh, okay. Dead center, Maxman. I like the call out.
This is, I knew the circle was going to pop. That's why I talk about them. No, my boy. We'll have to see. Seems like Sly want a piece of that compound in the center, though, or they're going to send it. Oh, they're just going to send it a little shed, little warehouse in the
Shack life, best life.
To be honest, true. Like the gods of the shack is going to be them. Apparently, we'll have to see if they can work out. Because the thing is, this circle. You have a very small amount of playable positions for the long run. Like, you might be able to find a dip here and there, but the moment that circle shifts again and you're going to have to move, your cars might be damaged. You're not going to have any cover. No amount of smoke will allow you to leave these open field areas unscathed. Unscathed? What's the word?
Unscathed, yeah.
Okay, I was right. I wasn't sure. My French brain connected for a second there. But yeah, it's going to be a tough one for sure here, Dave.
Yeah, and you know what? You don't want to get, Sly, Virtus Pro, they got themselves a shack, so be it. But it's good. Mortgage is low right now, so it is good for the time being. KONINA Power! Oh, just 2 there, just getting picked apart left and right over here on the edge of the play zone. A couple teams are going to be looking to possibly make the breach and take that dip for themselves. Let's see what KONINA Power has in return. How are they going to answer this one? Going to be the MADBULLS out there in the distance. I don't think the MADBULLS are going to be getting involved anytime soon. But Checkmate looking to redeem themselves after catching that grenade in game number 1. Trying to go for that drop shot with the Tommy gun, but the pre-fire just not connecting those shots. And, well, Checkmate. Knocked down and out right there, Maxman. Knocked down and out, man.
Unfortunately, seemed like he was playing checkers this match, and he's going to be sent straight back to the lobby. 6-9, very nice. Gets himself, unfortunately, well, not very nice. He gets taken down, but you get the point, trying to do the typical gamer joke. But as we're going to be seeing, SB going to try also to claw their way into the western side. And fair to say here, teams that are all involved in that mess in La Bandita, like your Major Pride, like your SPGs, like your Gladiators, they might struggle a little bit, but I'm looking at Gladiators in particular here, Dave.
Yeah.
They have such a massive setup all around the northeastern edge of La Bandita. Major Pride would be impressed if they make it out alive of La Bandita. That rotation would be so hard to pull off.
It's going to be tough. Yeah, it's going to be tough. And they also have 4 up. So we'll keep tabs on them as they are going to be probably just peppering teams. Yep, they're going to be peppering teams down range. Just G being one of them. The solo trying to make their approach, cresting that hilltop, immediately being spotted. So kind of getting a nice little overview of the KONINA Power. Looks like KONINA Power, they did get those 2 revives on their teammates, but now they're getting sandwiched here right between 2 different teams. Liberty going to be one of them, MADBULLS the other one. So let's see. KONINA Power have 5 elims to work with for the time being, so they're going to be feeling pretty confident, but they need to make their approach into that next play zone. And as we mentioned, sandwiched between 2 different teams, it is going to be a challenge here, Maxman.
Yeah, Team Enna, Sly, and Virtus.pro are going to be in the currently best positions, but the thing is, Dave, they only got 2 players alive for most of them, at least for Sly and Virtus.pro, which means Crash City are going to be happening, and teams that have 4 players alive, like your MADBULLS, might be the ones to just rush their way into the circle, gain space, gain those compounds under their control, and potentially aim for that good old juicy chicken dinner. Though, KONINA Power already up to 5 elims, that's good, but they need to be leaving right now. The circle not coming their way. They have 1 minute to come up with a game plan and execute it as flawlessly as they possibly can.
Yeah, such a challenging spot. You know, we saw right there they were attempting to maybe send it and wrap around the blue zone in the south, but MADBULLS putting a stop to that one. And then you also got K12 in the fields with so much sightline. So any team that opts to use this open terrain with their vehicles on a rotate to breach into this next circle, they're going to have to worry about K12 just peppering them down, trying to get that vehicle explosion. So we'll keep tabs on that open field as KONINA Power still in their vehicles here, Maxman, trying to figure out a way on how they're going to make the breach now into the next play zone.
Yeah, gone looking at Gladiators
beautiful
once
field.
more, taking shots. But yeah, SHOCKWAVE, a team that Nibtura has brought up, you know, wanting to see how they could do. Currently, not many teams on the east, so they're going to go for it. Want to gain some space in the circle itself as he feet away. We don't need to look at that fight. We're looking at smokes being thrown down. But at least we've seen a big breach coming out from SHOCKWAVE. If they come out successful of that fight here, Dave, which from the kill feed looks like it will be the case, they're getting the full control of the east. They will be one of the only teams in that spot.
Yeah, full control of the east, but, you know, I guess baby steps, right, Maxman? I'm not too happy with that position. Those hay bales, they're just rough to hold down, but we'll keep tabs on that one because what is happening right now in this shack as Monkey Son burning alive right there. Anybody order the grilled monkey is exactly what they said, but popping wave. So it looks like they did get the initial breach on these hay bales over here on that east side. They're trying to take out K12 so they can make their approach, use this hill for cover. 12 though, they're not just snaking it out. You know, they're trying to put up a good fight over here.
Meku already up to 521 damage this game. Gladiators. The thing is, everyone is fighting on the east, on the west, in the middle of the circle. North, Gladiators have just been sneaking in as a 4-man team with a nice G2 split, which gives them a lot of good angles if they initiate a fight. They are currently the sleeper team in this game that everyone's forgotten about, but the moment they strike, it's going to be a very hefty blow at every single team around them. Yeah, SHOCKWAVE, we said it, they got a successful breach. They still have 4 players alive, but leaving that position where they're not in the circle, I don't think they're going to make it out flawlessly. I think we're going to lose some players, if not the entire team, because that rotation is so rough to pull off.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge challenge. And another team that's kind of been a sleeper squad that everybody somewhat forgot about is that duo from Virtus.pro. So it's like best case scenario for them right now, still being favored in the circle. Let's hope that they can hold it down. They got Sly sharing the opposite compound. And like you mentioned, the Gladiators right above them kind of playing that oversight, the angel in the sky for the time being. But over here, SHOCKWAVE now on the approach in some vehicles. Before we do that, let's get a pickup. Teamwork makes the dream work here. SHOCKWAVE definitely has one of the biggest challenges here, right, Maxman? Yeah,
it's going to be a rough one. If you teams not in the circle, except for KONINA Power and MADBULLS, but you know, K12, Sly, they're going to be looking at. They got at least that little dip to work for, which is they're going to be able to heal up, get their car needs. Not as easy a target to take down, but it's not going to be an easy rotation, that's for sure. Here you go, though, the push of Gladiators. Looking to also gain space in the northern edge. They're going to go for their full-on breach. There's so many teams in there, though. Nowhere is going to be safe in a circle, and Tick is going to be the first one to be taken down.
Yeah, and SHOCKWAVE also going to be great, so they might be level 3 gear to kind to help them in their final battle to get this winner chicken dinner, as now we're going to be tuning in with the Gladiators. They did lose Tixie on their knees, but we should be able to get the pickup. We have some smokes. We have the hill, the slope to work with as well. And a massive right there, Max, man, to put a stop to the Shockwave push.
Oh, he gets the flush too. Extra elimination onto Shockwave. They're going to start losing their players. Well, that time, actually, Tixie's being brought. They're back as a four-man team. Like it that Kitsune is not going to be overstepping his welcome. Just gets that flush and gets the hell out of there. Maybe another cheeky nade would be good. Meku doesn't have any, unfortunately, but he's already been doing a hefty amount of damage. I believe already 500. So he's going to try and get more. Ska also throwing his own nades, so his own utility across the board. Ooh. The fight here is going to be for the control of the East. Whoever wins this fight might be in for potentially finish, if not a chicken dinner. We've got to keep all the players alive.
Attic with one, immediately traded down right there. I'm looking for the support. Here comes the support from the Gladiators, and now it's down to just Ixie, and oh! Max, man, I like the aggression from the Gladiators, the push. They tried to get the opening knock with Matic. They did, but the timing just a little off, and Shockwave coming out on top.
Yeah, nice defense going to be set up there by Shockwave, but now another fight's going to be happening. Sly pushing up onto KONINA Wave, can back stab onto Sly. They do take some shots, unfortunately. Scalable of damage, and it's going to be Obaldai actually the one done, and he gets one, gets almost two. Not quite going to go the entire way. Sly will pick up that extra limb, but one nade, that's all they need, and they will be taken away.
One nade to rule them all, and now here comes order from Virtus Pro, popping out of their shell. The Turtles, I know they got a polar bear in their logo, but this game definitely full-on unleashing the beast when it comes to Turtle Big Chill strats, because they lost two really early on, but now at least the second place. It's going to be 6 points, so this has been a pretty solid game, and you know what, Max, man, they must be able to win this one in a 2v3.
Yeah, no more KONINA Power or Sly. The thing is, they got 0 eliminations right now, Dave. And we kept saying it, that a chicken dinner is still good, but you want those eliminations up. This might not still be enough to push them up in a top 6 at the end of the day. We need to see those eliminations coming in, but if they can get these 10 placement points and 3 elims, that would definitely be a good start here on Miramar. But I like the angles that we got set up so far. I mean, Virtus Pro here, Dave, cannot leave their compound. The 2-1 split of Shockwave is just too strong. You cannot get out of here unless you have the utility and the smokes, especially to make it work out.
Yeah, I'm definitely favoring the Shockwave for the win just because of their angles. But let's see. You never know. Virtus Pro, down to just a duo. All they need to do is hit them shots, get the trade. They could get the win. But look at this. Because they were forced to just camp it out. No utility, no meds, nothing, Max, man. It's going to come down to their pure, raw gun skill.
Yeah, the thing also by Virtus Pro being in that compound the entire time and super passive, they have no utility potentially. They haven't had time to loot on any teams they've taken down, and here you go, Single's going to be the first one knocked. Only Order remains in a 1v3 versus Shockwave as they're going to claim their potential, if not 11th elimination. Order might just want to go out to the blue zone because he knows this fight is not going the way he wants, and it is Shockwave to claim the second chicken dinner of the day.
GG's to Shockwave right there. And you know, the turning of the tides for me, for Shockwave, was their defense against the Gladiators, right? The Gladiators, to me, were looking like they were going to come out on that push, you know, but they were able to stand there and I think that game-winning moment for them in this match number 2.
Yeah, great moment. Niptura, welcome back. I mean, you've been talking about Shockwave on the dinner. What are your thoughts on that game?
Love it. Honestly, Shockwave pulling in some real strats. Thought Game Lord had it. I was raring for Game Lord to go. You know what? That Shockwave clutch coming in there. Great defense, like you said, Max, up on that hillside. It was a difficult game, I think, because it was definitely a VP game, just because of the open ground. You know, whoever has center has control. They didn't, and a lot of teams were coming in all the way around. So really good job. Take a lot. Wherewithal, you know, of just awareness to actually make those kinds of plays and win from outside the center is a really great job from Shockwave.
Game plan here that we saw coming out from Virtus Pro is just getting the central compound, which is what they were doing in PU, and just hope the circle comes your way, which happened up for them, and they did get himself a second place. No limbs though, unfortunately, but a player that did get a look in up to Syne from Gladiators. You can be happy because I know you like.
Yes, Kitsune, let's go. I'm super happy at that. He got MVP at least, you know. So it's got some good some good potentially momentum coming in here, you know. That's 2 second places now. Oh, sorry, second place and then like a 4th place. I'm into San, anything's possible. We could definitely see GG finally getting that win.
Yeah, 100% would be good to have a Gladiators chicken dinner, but they got close, but no cigars quite a few times, and especially the eliminations. You know, at least they're getting themselves the eliminations, these 2 matches already, Dave. So Gladiators, I feel like because we haven't had back-to-back chicken dinners right now, I feel like there's a heavy chance the Gladiators are first place now.
Totally agree. Yeah, totally agree. You know, 3 more games to go. If the Gladiators can kind of ride the top of the wave and cowabunga it with that momentum,
Yeah.
you know, game 3, I can see them getting the win here.
5 assists coming out from Scow, which the Shockwave team has, though, changed quite a bit, Neptura, because we did see Wave, you know, with the 4-man team that we had, with Trazen, etc., back in. But now they got 2 new players in the team, which that can hurt the team dynamic, but it seemed like the team synergy was heavily present in this match.
Yes, it really was. Yeah, they were definitely working together, doing some good work, and they don't look like they're a particularly new addition to the team, you know, in terms of that synergy. Because you're right, you know, if you have you add some new players and stuff, things are going to be wonky for a little while, and it just doesn't seem that way here. They've been consistent so far in games 1 and 2, and yeah, they're looking really, really good. So nice additions to the team. We'll be looking to see what they can do specifically on Sanhok, but also I'm seeing Talika there from MADBULLS. They didn't have a fantastic game, if I'm remembering correctly. I think I don't remember them in that top 5, but you know, Talika coming in with the longest distance and damage, that's got to count for something.
Over render distance from Talika, so
yeah.
Hawkeye is coming into this one. Does seem, but I do want to bring up an interesting point. I want to have your put on this one, Dave. We saw Kitsune, the MVP of the second game, and this has been a ring thing during PMPL EU, where Kitsune, known as the IGL for the team of Gladiators, is just constantly fragging out. And I don't feel like this is very often do you witness not only the IGL of the team positions in terms of, also the IGL itself being like one of the top fraggers, one of the best fraggers in the entire lobby. So no, those are 2 roles you don't see merging too often, but Kitsune, really the best of both worlds.
Yeah, I guess new breed, you know, 2023, you can only have the biggest of the big brains when it comes to making the calls for the rotations and team fights. You also need to back it up with the gun skill. You know what I'm saying here, Max Man? So it's going to be placed that, and they're one of the top fraggers from the team and also the shot caller, you know? So one of the downsides to that, though, Maxman, I know we got the beautiful right in front of us, but if they have a bad day, you know, how does that affect the team?
Gladiators can't have a bad day. I think Neptura can tell you.
Yes.
That does not, of course it can happen, but you want to be a bit careful. Though, looking at this one right now, Neptura, we're looking at Dagestan. We said, no, 1 chicken dinner. That's going to set you up really nice and comfortable, potentially for the entire day. The thing is, you back up a 25-point game with a 0-point game. It's not completely chicken dinner is rendered like almost useless. Like you're gonna back it up with the podium finish after this, unfortunately.
Yeah, you really are. It's a shame that there's just not a consistency we're seeing from Dagestan, but you know what? It's only a Miramar. You know, maybe they just had 1 rough game. You know, every team here is allowed 1 bad game. After that, they got it up. Dagestan, that was their bad game. Still 3rd place. They got a long way to go before they really get booted out and they're in trouble. But yeah, it's getting a little concerning for Dagestan. They've really got to make sure the next 3 games are their absolute best performance they can do today. So yeah, it's raising questions, but we're not in the danger zone just yet.
I do want to see the SPG get up there because right now they are somewhat in the danger zone in 10th position, so they want to climb up a little bit more. Also, Sly Europe team, Dave, you brought up a bit here. We need to see them climb up in top 6 because right now, short games, we've got 3 more remaining. So that's not a lot of wiggle room to climb up in the top 6. So you want to try and be up there and hopefully not budge too much throughout the day. But yeah, there's still a lot of movement. Even the very bottom can get back up there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. That was great. I love that answer. This is a great time. Yeah, at the bottom, everything can still make it. Even your ONExESPORTS can climb back up there. But with that's for our second match of the day. Match number 8 in just a few short minutes is going to be a Sanhok, so don't go anywhere. Lidoma Pubg Mobile International Series Season 1 is back on your screens once again. Thank you so much for waiting. As Sanhok is now on. I have to introduce it to you, Dave. Papa Blue, not as dominant as it once was over on Sanhok, but still need to be a bit careful about it.
Papa Blue might have been nerfed, but you know what didn't get nerfed here, Maxman, in the year 2023? It has to be, without a doubt, the
DBS.
Maxman curse. Okay. Not True. Receiving any nerfs, as we've seen so far today with Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Virtus Pro. I mean, I still want more eliminations, though. No, I'm happy they followed my rotations. I coached them, internally on the sign and tell them they pull that compound and stay there, and they did. But no elimination, as we know, Niptura in these new point systems. Elimination keys, so it's good. No, they get themselves those play points. Still need eliminations. No eliminations, you're not going to make it top 6. Fair to say. So we need to rank up those points.
Yeah, we really, especially as we're getting into the second half of right, the third game out of 5. Halfway through that means halfway through the night. So where the pressure really starts to be starting for these teams. If they weren't feeling pressure before, they're going to sing it now, especially those just outside of that top 6, because we got a lot of ties down there. We were seeing a lot of teams with the same amount of points. So Sanhok's going to be a real deciding factor. So I can't wait to be on this one and see what all the actions going down is.
Okay, look, I might be doing a very early prediction here. I'm looking at Gladiators. Okay, it's a very cop-out call once again, but because I know they love playing Trifecta, and in my opinion, Trifecta, you're wrong with playing Trifecta. It gives you access to every single island. You can gatekeep. You can easily on late circles if needed, so I think Gladiators could be in a good position. Any team, maybe, Dave, you'd like to do well on this map after what missed in these first 2 matches?
I think I'm going to give it the good old, hey, you're in the last place. This has to be the moment to really shine if you want to have the opportunity to compete on the 18th. So I'm going with, to keep it nice and short, the last place team currently in 18th is ONExESPORts. So ONExESPORts, Sanhok, hopefully the two can work together. Get some good points here, Max.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to say that's not good sport. They got 1 point. They can't get any. They got to stay on the brand.
No, that's true. Oh, no.
Okay. I'm sorry. It's meant to be. They picked the name, and they're just going to keep that one single valuable point. Okay, it's a really cool point. But you're getting. No, of course it will be cool. Because we said, Dave, the teams at the very bottom, even ONExESPORts, CIS with a single point can still, if they get a chicken, that's from Dagestan in game 1, can be enough to push yourself in that top 6. That's how to these matches. So yeah, I feel like ONExESPORts. How about you, Niptura? Any team you're looking at potentially for this game?
I'd say the Gladiators as well. I don't think this game is going to be their game just yet. I'm feeling a big high kill win on Miramar, probably more like Erangel though. So I'm not going to go for them on this Sanhok. I'm kind of thinking, I kind of want to go with, Sly for this one. You know what? I'm going to go with Sly. They had momentum in that Miramar game. Now a little too early to do any real damage. So I'm thinking Sanhok's going to be a really great place for them to start doing that.
Yeah, true. Sly could be an interesting team. No one's asking me a question here, so I'm going to ask myself a question.
Yeah, Maxman.
What do you think? What's to watch in this game?
I was going to ask you something.
Yeah.
Hey, if it's Virtus Pro,
hey, Maxman,
don't.
Hey. No, it's a serious question.
Okay.
What's that blue thing in your background?
It's the dream from that one time I reincarnated into a. Hey, it's a cool guy. If you guys didn't realize. Cool. Okay, sorry if you had to learn this way, but it is what it is. I love One Piece. It's a really cool anime. Shit. Okay, I have the question then of which team I'm looking at here. Oh, okay, I don't have time.
It's game time. Ladies and gentlemen, match number 3, Niptura Mustache Team coming in hot.
Yes, indeed. Aren't we just? Oh my goodness, that timer went really quick. We got talking about it was a whole bunch of goodness. We just, time flew. But here we are on this Sanhok game. It's looking good. We got a nice playing path. Ooh, and are we starting to see a hot drop on boot camp, Dave? Maybe. We might.
Yeah, like you were kind of talking about, this is going to be game number 3. So we're at that halfway mark. And if you're one of these teams that are nowhere close to that top 6 to qualifying, it's kind of do or die right now, right? So top, I think, is definitely in the cards for a couple of these squads that desperately need these points here in Niptura.
Yeah, absolutely. I would not put it past any of the teams on kind of the lower half of the leaderboard to just shake things up and start doing those hot drops, getting some points if they can. If they go out early, they still got 2 more games kind of catch those points back up. So honestly, the Sanhok, where anything goes, could really be a great place for them to just go all out and try their best. You know, throw caution to the wind, maybe throw a little strategy to the wind as well, and just get that CQC in. We're seeing that already over on Paradise, but also down a little farther with Lakers and who is that as well underneath? I can't quite make that out. Syneria, I think that is down there. But yeah, the DBS, Dave,
Yeah.
I'm going to throw it to you because that DBS is doing some work.
Yeah, it's a fight right now. BG up against SHOCKWAVE, who just dominated last game. And then also KONINA POWER. So some really strong powerhouses in the lobby as we're going to have 12 on the top looking for that lean peak game push. SPG, whoa. They better be prepared. And it looks like they are. There's one. Can we get another? Nope. The trade in return. So SPG down to just Rob Z, the last one alive right now from the squad. And SPG, Natura, 10th place overall. So
I know
right here, that's not going to be where they want to find themselves in match number 3.
No, absolutely not. This would be just an absolute travesty if they had to go out now. Victor is on his knees. He's begging for a revive, but Rob's just sitting with that DBS. I don't think he really wants to risk. But you know what, KP not looking so hot. I'm down to 3 right now, and they got quite a few teams looking at him as well as Victor goes down. But who is this? We're moving over to Painan, Dave.
Yeah, this is, I believe, the other kind of hot drop position we were looking at eyeballing on that map right there. It's going to be Major Pride. So Major Pride, they are within the top 6. They're right there on the cusp with points ahead of Sly and Lakers by only 3 points. So Sly and Lakers, I think you're kind of also in a hot drop situation themselves.
Yep.
Looking to really use this Sanhok game, the early game specifically, to try to get some elim points and try to boost them up on the overall leaderboards.
Yep, totally. Indeed. Because, yeah, we got a few ties going on, as you mentioned. So, yeah, looking at those teams in particular, I think. But wait, K12? Hello? They've moved in. Oh! Hang on, this could be really good from K12. We saw some cool things from them on the Erangel. You know, those rotations were pretty nifty, pretty clever. Didn't work out for them, but you know what? We've seen K12 do some really cool stuff before. But Rob's gonna get that steal, so he's grabbing a point for his team. That's nice, good to see. But now it's all going out because SHOCKWAVE, they're now looking at everybody else themselves back up. They're only a 3-man team, so they're going to have to get quite a few more points to make up for that.
Yeah, I like where you're heading with K12. Like their rotations are beautiful. You know, it works out, but what hasn't been working out this game is elim points. They're in 13th overall. So hopefully they went from being that passive team trying to show up in that late game with 4 up and kind of flipping that switch and be like, hey, we need to start popping off. You know, this is game number 3, Sanhok. We only got 2 more games after this one. And I believe that's exactly what they're trying to do here. Now, they're up against looking to make the breach on the KONINA POWER with the DBS crossfire. But we're whipping a couple shots. Can we get the other one? No! 2 DBSs can't get the job done. What are you doing, KONINA POWER? But hey, props to K12. This is exactly the start they need in game number 3.
I am in shock right now. KP, I don't know what happened to that DBS, but it didn't fire. He tried like 2 or 3 times and it did not fire. So, wow, that's either really unfortunate or really frustrating, but or a little bit of both maybe. But yeah, that's bad. KP out.
It's bad.
Last place at the moment. And KP, where are they on this leaderboard here?
Fourth. So they have some room to work with, but still.
They do, I mean, MADBULLS and Major Pride, they are sneaking up pretty quickly. So KP, I think they're shaking a little.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to like game 1 teams that have at least one throwaway game. That could be the case, right, for KONINA POWER. So the next 2 games, they definitely need to make sure that the same doesn't happen because they're risking not qualifying, you know, getting bumped out, especially with MADBULLS and Major Pride and Sly still active here on this Sanhok map.
Indeed. Honestly, SPG, Robs, it's hard because really, especially in a Sanhok, Sanhok is pretty helpful for solos. You can get a lot of solos up into that kind of top 5 situation. But Robs is in the middle of paradise with like 3 different teams surrounding him, so he's not going to be able to get out of there anytime soon. So he's really in a world. We might see him sneak out, maybe take an opportune moment while a couple teams are fighting. We'll have to see. But MADBULLS up here on those hills, I like what they're thinking. I like what they're putting down, you know? We got MP here, we got Major Pride, and was that Liberty there as well? So, you know, there could be some great opportunities for MADBULLS to get a few elimination points here.
Yeah, it looks like K12 opted to pull back just a little bit and wrap around the outside of Paradise. So that's actually a blessing for Robs, so who might be able to play this one nice and slow now and just kind of play the zones and try to avoid any type of sight lines. But over here,
Tulika,
major murdered out here. That's gonna be what is that? MADBULLS holding them down right now.
It is. That was very nicely done. That's just put Major Pride, oh my goodness, down to 1? That's an insane result. I think they grabbed 2 there. So yeah, Major Pride immediately just taken down, taken out, and Liberty might be there to pick up the pieces, but definitely some nice points going over the MADBULLS. And again, MADBULLS and Major Pride both tied with 13 points at the moment. So this was crucial for the MADBULLS to actually get a gain on them. We'll see how much of a gain they can actually make, because like I just said, Sanhok is well known for its survivability for solos, so we still may see more from Major Pride yet.
Yeah, that 5th and 6th place team kind of battling it out right now. They're going to be somewhat center though, so they have some room to work with. But Order, Virtus Pro on the rooftop right now, a little 1v2 action. Now there's going to be a squad mate from the enemy out well who might get some sightlines on them. Let's see, Virtus Pro, what can we do here? Order trying to hold it down. Line now. M249 is going to be spotted from Order's squad mate over there. Also Sly with the third party.
Yeah. Let's see.
Sly's, they got the ticket. Yeah.
Yeah.
We were looking.
They know.
That's the point.
Yep. Bye-bye. Or what?
Here we go. There we go. Got him.
Yep, got him in D, and that's just going to be picked off right there. So that's not going to be very helpful for his teammates now, as VP have taken advantage of that immediately. Look at this push.
Nice. Beautiful push from VP right there, recognizing the off angle was spotted from their opponents and taken out. Pulling up to support Order on the rooftop. So I know Maxman wasn't too impressed with VP's ability to get that 2nd place last game on Miramar with how horrible the game started. I was. You know, I think it is a turn for the team to really ramp things up, because if they can get a 2nd place with a duo, I know they got a lot of zone blessings that game, but they still had to like hold it down. You know, they had to make sure teams didn't shit or whatnot. I think that 2nd place kind of gave them the confidence here on this Sanhok map, and I think we kind of saw it right there on that point. A little more confident Virtus Pro.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with both of you, honestly. I think Virtus Pro could have played the Miramar a lot better, but the way they played it, that ensured them that 2nd place, also, as you said, gave them some momentum, them, you know, a little bit of a boost going, okay, now we have a top 3 position, top 2 position. And we can go into Sanhok with our heads held, you know, a little bit higher than coming out of that Erangel at least, and just get that momentum going. And now they're working as a squad. There's some great decisions there. So yeah, it's looking much better for. We'll see how they go, but currently they're 2nd in the game's points. So looking not at all.
Yeah, and now they're within striking range of trying to qualify. I know we got this game and 2 more to go after this, so there's still a lot of things that can happen on these overall leaderboards. Looking at Virtus Pro and talking about striking range, they only have 9 points in total, right? And that 6th cutoff is 13, so the point's still really low when it comes to the cutoff. On the cusp, anything can happen. But here's K12. Let's see what they can do. We saw them earlier on in Paradise, able to get 3 points. Now they're going to be making the push here on the edge. This is going to be up against SHOCKWAVE. Amazing game number 2. Let's see what they could do up against K12.
Oh, here comes the push. Oh, nah, K12 cannot escape this. There's no way.
Yeah,
I mean, the
K12.
spread that SHOCKWAVE have, they've done a really good job. They've fallen back. They knew exactly where K12 were going to be, and they set themselves accordingly. Very, very well played. But wait, what is getting away? If we look at that mini-map, who is that over there? Seems to be just edging past the rest of SHOCKWAVE. So we may see K12 survive a little bit longer. Yeah, look at this. Look at that mini-map. Who is that back there?
Okay. Yeah, we might get the surprise attack from behind.
Oh,
And here it
we
is.
do.
Yeah. Oh, not being able to get the knock. Oh, but the follow, re-peeking. The same angle that you received all those shots from just moments ago. Big mistakes being made. And you know what? That opens it up for the duo behind the boulder downhill to try to squeeze their way in just a little bit and try to get involved here in this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you saw that immediate reaction from K12. Again, this is a great team. You're seeing some really good makings of a good team. I mean, the reaction time, the aim, looking very, very nice. They're a well-oiled machine, certainly in this fight. And SHOCKWAVE, I don't know what's going on. They seem to have fallen down on the job a little bit.
Yeah, definitely surprise right there. I mean, that knock was such a huge angle that pretty much allowed the duo that was downrange, downhill for K12 to use it to make the push. You know, it was such a nice little approach uphill. Now it looks like SHOCKWAVE kind of at the disadvantage. So we'll have to keep tabs on that one because we got Liberty. We got one of their players, D Pros, 404, holding it down with the DBS right now. We're looking for one more. We're on the hunt. We're on the chase, letting it rip. 6 slugs, 5 slugs to go, 4 slugs to go.
Oh!
There we go, Neptura. The DBS, just too strong.
Too strong indeed. And look at him, just like 1 HP, full squad wipe, and he's the last one alive for his team. So Dobrosa definitely putting in the work and saving his team right there. My goodness me. Because Liberty, they're currently 11th with those 8 points. So every point matters right now, but Mad know exactly where he are. So I don't know that he's going to survive much longer. But that was an excellent, excellent show of skill right there. GG's, Dobros.
Oof, only 10. Only 10 more slugs to go. Gotta make them count.
Yep.
We gotta make them count.
Still
and I think MADBULLS recognizing, okay, there's a DPS in there. We don't want to face check it. They're gonna be attempting to throw some grenades, maybe even some Molotovs to flush them out. But D-Pros really needs to hold on to these bullets because we're not working with a lot here. Oh, here comes a push. Oh, 1v4. Immediately taken out. Immediately from Frozen.
Immediately, like,
but
not
you know what?
even a second.
They got a couple kills, you know,
They
Liberty.
did.
So
5 eliminations total. Yeah, totally. That was a really great show from Liberty. I regret to inform you that SHOCKWAVE blew out there. So K12 won that, but now they have to face off against Dagestan. I think we kind of covered everything from that SHOCKWAVE debacle over there. So, you know, I'm not going to be too harsh on them, but they had set that up for success and then didn't take success. So not sure what was going on there, but well done from K12 getting that that sneak in, that knock, and then just push it through from there. Very well done by them. But now they're going to have to face up against Dagestan, and that's going to be difficult because Dagestan, they got a little bit of a roll going on tonight. K12, they're, you know, hurt by the blue. They're just trying to come into zone. I don't think that Dagestan actually know they're there, which is a big plus for K12. So we'll have to see how it goes. But at the moment, K12 looking very nice indeed. 4 points on the board and still 3 up.
Yeah, definitely agree. And out of the 2 teams, SHOCKWAVE and K12, K12 definitely needed that one a lot more when we're talking overall leaderboards. You know, K12 13th coming into this match while SHOCKWAVE was in first place. So SHOCKWAVE have some room to work with, but K12 on the right track if they want to. We'll get to that because up there on the top, I know you're kind of rooting for Sly.
Yep.
You got the high ground angles over here, trying to lay down some shots down range, but they also need to be cautious because they're going to be alerting Virtus Pro on the opposite end of this hill that there's some opponents here on the other side, so they might get backstabbed.
They might indeed, yeah. I'm just having a little look-see that at where everybody is situated, and yeah, there's a few teams around them, and there's a lot more teams that have to come out of Pine Mountain. There it is on the screen as the name.
Gladiators are VP.
Excellent. We'll have to see it. Oh no, MADBULLS. They're pushing in on Game
Showing up.
Not Game Lord. Gladiators. That's who.
They are showing up. Yeah, MADBULLS just full on sending it right now in their vehicles, getting sandwiched right between the Gladiators and Virtus Pro. So that's going to be an interesting one to keep tabs on in the kill feed, as Sly going to be shooting down range onto our team. But it looks like MADBULLS, we're able to send it and find some hard cover here, Neptura.
Alrighty. Okay. Let's see how that goes. Not sure where the Gladiators have actually gone. I'm not seeing them anywhere, nor are they in the kill feed, so we'll have to see what's going on with that. But you know what? I actually really like what Sly's doing here. They seem very confident, and they seem very collected, right? As a team, you can tell that the communication is peak at the moment. They're really communicating. They're really doing super well here. VP getting completely sandwiched by MADBULLS and the Gladiators. It's just not their day, Dave. VP having a rough time of it.
Yeah, definitely having a rough time. Purple trying to avoid these grenades from Frozen over here. Frozen just peeking out of the hard cover, using the utility for the time being. But Sly, Reflect, making the pull up with the UMP, little pre-fire action right there. That one hurt. Yeah, that one hurt just a little bit. Going to be pulling right behind this boulder. But you know what? We got a grenade. We got a dream. We're going to be tossing it with the fade away. Missing the mark there, Neptura. And almost immediately, we're going to be popping on over to this fight. One versus the Gladiators.
The nade. I don't know. Wait, back.
Psych. Right back.
No! No!
This is Sanhok, Neptura. All right, this is Sanhok.
What is happening?
At its finest here. As we're going to be popping back and forth with all these fights. Now one on the hunt of the Gladiators. After that, one grenade right there. So, hey, Neptura, one.
Yes.
That's the 18th place team. That's the team I said to start making some moves.
They are.
All they needed was some mustache-themed good fortune.
We've seen it before, Dave. You know, you've done great things for teams you called out for before. So why not here as well? Looking good for one. They're up there, full squad still with 2 points on the board. Not the most amount of points, but you know what? They're only one of 4 teams who have a full squad up right now. So this could be excellent for them. Look at that position on that hillside. Could be very, very nice if they play this correctly. I'd like them to maybe just hang up there just a little bit, try and get a few elims before they come down. But I don't think that's really going to be working out for them because MADBULLS are in boot camp and it's not going well at all. You may have blessed them, but I think I've cursed them, Dave.
Thanks for taking the blame. I appreciate
it.
Real team player.
You're good.
Real team player. You know, thanks for letting me thanks for letting me
I'll
off
take
the
the
hook
L on that one. It's cool.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Going back, we were talking about the logo of ULC and the pitching the tents. Well, they've been pitching the tent in a boot camp, and it's looking pretty good. 4 up, still strong. Next circle did favor them, so they're going to be really healthy as teams look to make the approach down from the south. VP being one of them, one being another team. So all these teams in the blue are going to be getting chunked out, applying the additional pressure. And then not only that, we got MADBULLS and ULC in the zone, just pre-firing down range pretty much for some easy elims here. I don't see it making it in alive. I really don't. But we'll see. Oh, yep, there it is right there, taken out. So VP just kind of getting screwed from the zone here, honestly.
Yeah, and it is unfortunate. I don't think they could have done anything particularly differently, though. They got so caught up in a couple of teams there that they couldn't really have moved much sooner than they did. So I think that's just, how it works on Sanhok. It's really unfortunate. It's definitely a team that didn't need that. But you know what? It is what it is. I think they've done a great job so far anyway. But Dutchtown, outside the zone, it's going to be a really tough rotation for them. I don't think they're going to make it in either.
Yeah, they got that Adam. MADBULLS 9 elims too, so they're feeling really good as we see those pre-fires trying to mow down that grass. I mean, talking about these angles, MADBULLS have all the angles on Dagestan right here. They have a little smoke tunnel, so they're going to be attempting to make the push, make the breach onto the chain link. It's like one of them, Shifu, was able to make it. I want to see K12. I want to see them be aggressive here. I know they got 6 elims. But K12 might have
Lordy
over there on to Dagestan. Now, I want to see him third party it, but we'll have to stay tuned.
Oh my goodness.
Right now, MADBULLS just putting so much work
They really are. I mean, they're only a 3-up as well, but they've, it's that open ground. They've got hard cover, and they got that aim. But you know what? ULC looking to maybe play spoiler here. We could see some very nice work coming in from them. That gives Kitsune enough time to actually move in. That gives K12 enough time to regroup. That gives Dodgestown enough time to snake on in behind that cement. Those what are those even called? The cement with the fences on them. Not sure what they're called, but gives them a chance to do something. Yeah, hardcover. There you go. Whatever it is hardcover. And the zone has actually gone. That nade has as well.
Take that! What a grenade! I love how we saw a little angle. I love how we saw it. It was cooked where it just bounced. Just the love tap and then boom right there.
Absolutely.
So that was something else. 6 teams to go. ULC still strong. Only team with 4 up. MADBULLS with a of elim points trying to avoid themselves. And you know what? The MADBULLS, they took a lot of damage themselves. We could see the meds pretty low. No helmet over there, but looks like MADBULLS looking to make the breach onto the warehouse that ULC are currently trying to hold down.
ULC could get completely messed up from this, though. Oh,
what was that push, Nepturo?
I don't know
about that one. I don't know about that one.
He must have not there, surely. But
now
there's footsteps. I mean, yeah, if they didn't before, they do now.
There's a team here. And, yeah. Hey, there's a team here.
There's a team. It's not even just a team, it's a full squad. So I don't know how they missed that one. Kitsune going out in 5th place, though, or perhaps 6th as Purple goes out to the zone as well. Yeah, that's going to be 6th place for the Gladiators. VP going out in 4th, and ENA swiftly following in 3rd place. So we're down, or 4th place, right? So we're down to the top 3 teams, and ULC looking really good player-wise, but not so good position-wise. They got 2 different teams, both of which still have a few nades, it looks like.
Yeah, and one thing about this warehouse is that there's just so many opportunities for grenades to get tossed into the windows, through the doorways, and even the roof. I know we don't see it that often, but potential, chuck one up there as we are going to be seeing some grenades trying to open up this breach over here as the MADBULLS looking to take this winner chicken dinner down to just a duo. No helmet, no care, M4 spray down through the doorway. Now it's up to Perks from K12 to really get the surprise backstab attack on the MADBULLS, but they hear the footsteps and they got the finally through their doorway here. MADBULLS, well-oiled machine right now, Neptura, as they're looking to get this winner chicken dinner.
They are big push. Oh, Zeri, he's like 1 HP. Oh, this is not good at all. Gonna grab that that point if and when he can. 6 eliminations for Zeri at the moment out of the 12 that MADBULLS have total. I mean, that's an insane result. He's got MVP of this game, surely.
ULC still in it with the duo, so it's a 2v2v2. 2v2v2.
And it's the 2 without any eliminations so far. So these are the 2 that need to, do their part and keep their squad going. But will they be able to? K12 been looking good. MADBULLS been looking excellent so far. So they've got an uphill climb, I think.
Everybody just kind of waiting.
Waiting. Who's going to make the first move? MADBULLS, maybe? Probably MADBULLS. They seem like they're, it's that aggressive attitude as well, isn't it? Oh, wait, it's ULC.
Checkmate already really low with the Tommy gun spray down, trying to get that drop shot and able to do so. MADBULLS getting the squad wipe, but from the outside of the compound, Neptura, K12 with the winner chicken dinner.
That was so well timed from K12. Oh my goodness, it was so nicely timed, for sure. I mean, ULC made the push, good on them. GG, Max, welcome back, I think.
What's up?
Hey.
I mean, K12, about the timing at the very end. We're seeing the fight happening between ULC, of course, the side of MAD. We have to take the fight. We just wait for it to initiate itself, wait for the teams to hurt and some of their weakest, which is at the very end of the fight. That's when you strike while the iron is hot. Secure that chicken dinner. K12, it was not an easy game to get there, but the fact that they just knew their win condition at the end, just great understanding of how to wrap up that game. And yeah, these are points that we needed to see K12 get if they wanted to try and secure themselves a position in that top 6 here, Dave. And that was a flawless finish from them. They did not advantage.
Yeah, the K12 too. Like this wasn't a team. In game 2, we saw them playing really passive, playing the outside of the zones, just trying to stay alive, you know, as a 4-person unit. And it wasn't really working for them when we're talking overall leaderboards because this is you don't have a lot of games to work with, you know. So they kind of flipped the game, and we saw them in Paradise really early on, third party. So I like how they kind of change up their gameplay here, Maximin, on the Sanhok map as well.
Yeah, of course, looking at the match stats here coming up for some of these guys. We do have the MVP that we didn't quite show, but Master Pro apparently is able to show the graphic, but Master Pro will be the one to claim that title for this third game. Very impressive indeed.
Okay.
Though, Zerich, you thought it was going to be the MVP, Neptura, but
I did.
Not quite, but he still gets 6 elims, which at the end points is what you're really aiming for.
Yeah, exactly. And for him to take nearly, or at least half of his total team's I love that for him. Yeah. It's really cool, and GG's. MADBULLS, I mean, in some ways they should have won that, but at the same time, I don't think it was really just anybody's game once you got to the final 3 teams, because it went to that warehouse, which is such a difficult place to play from anyway. I think MADBULLS had a brilliant enough game as it was. They didn't need to win it. Would have been nice, but I think it was just a really even playing field for all 3. I think no one really made any mistakes. No one really threw that. It was just kind of who won.
I would have to disagree slightly there and say I think there was one small throw from Tulika, I believe it was, where he just went in the warehouse like, oh no, it's not like
yeah, you're right.
It's not like it's the last circle, okay? And you know you got PBS.
Let me just check that if there's a team. Yes, there is.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, you know what? Fair enough. He was like the scout for the team, but unfortunately there was only a one-way kind of ticket there. You're not going to come back from that push, but he does get info at least, which is something, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
They could have maybe got the chicken dinner, but it was not an easy game for them too, right, Dave? Because sure, at the end, maybe there was a little bit of that weird scuffle where we do lose a player, but they had to win that fight down south of Bootcamp Hill, make it downhill across the road into Bootcamp. Like, they did a lot this game. Even made it through Painan, I believe, at some point, which is not an easy cross. They did a lot to get to that point in the first place, so at least a podium finish for what I think a game where they shouldn't even made it in top 5 in most lobbies is a big win.
Yeah, not only that, I'm going to keep bringing it up because it's such an important piece, in my opinion. This isn't the traditional, esports 16-team lobby. Like, we threw in 2 more teams in the mix too. So just the fact that they can get the podium finish is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Hoping to see if we're going to be looking at rankings or something. I want to see exactly how many points have been for these teams. But any maybe standout moment from this game, Niptrada, you'd like to potentially bring up and mention here in this segment?
There was a couple. I think KP Paradise.
That was weird.
That was interesting. I think it was nicely played. I think KP Shockwave. Lots we could say about it. We did touch in the game, but there's plenty we could bring up about that. Bulls and KP camp, honestly, nade from KP over onto Dagestan. Oh, so yeah, just came all the way around, I think.
Yeah. Sure. Oh, okay. I was going to jump on my other analyst point, but no time to do so.
Not
we're going to look at the
K12.
K12.
Yeah,
K12.
KP.
Because remember, Shockwave was holding them out, right? So just the fact that they were able to avoid getting, gate capped right over there, that was impressive. I know I like to throw the term game-winning moment. That was definitely their game-winning moment for me, because if they would have not survived, obviously they would have been dead and not first place. But I think that was impressive that they had that one player that you mentioned really get the sneak wraparound and really catch Shockwave off guard. That was such a massive play.
It really was. 2 points here for Dave. ONExESPORts has 2 points, so
they
that's
doubled
good.
their routes.
They did. That's
good.
An excellent job. I'd love to see it. When you start doubling those points, that's when you get the ball rolling. Also, Max, what do you think of the game? Give us your thoughts here.
Now we got to call them 3X Esports. That's my take. No, this is your analyst kind of moment. No, what I liked, it was very interesting, is the entire fight between MADBULLS and Major Pro that Hainan position. We know that Major Pride normally is a team that's really renowned for having that position locked down in PMPL. No one contests it. Here they're also pretty really early, so it's interesting to see how that might change their perspective for maybe Sanhok's in the other finals. Not now because we only got one Sanhok today, but MADBULLS did have themselves, as you said, a really big pop-off performance for a game that I didn't think they would go super far, and now topping the tables in Neptura in 33 points. Fair to say they might have done enough to just lock down that position in top 6.
Honestly, I agree. I absolutely agree. Because KONINA Power, 6th place with 21 points, still very doable. But then Virtus Pro with 17 points. At this point in time, no one is going to not necessarily beat MADBULLS. We could definitely still see somebody else top the leaderboard, but they're definitely not going to be pushed past 6th place. I agree with you 100%. They are locked in for top 6 now.
I am looking at Major Pride, though, right now, Dave. And Dave, you said, oh, we're blessing team. He's cursing all the team. You Major Pride first, they're not in top 6. What do you have to say about that?
Do you have actual like proof? You know, do you have actual? Because I remember, Maxman, I remember saying MADBULLS.
You said Major Pride first.
No, sir. We literally have you asked us who's going to win today, first place. I said MADBULLS. I know for a fact. I know for a fact, man. I know for a fact.
Okay. You'll look to go a break because otherwise we'd have this entire skerfuffle on broadcast. But no, we'll take this behind us. So yeah, with that said, thanks so much for checking out this Sanhok game. We still have one more Miramar Erangel just around the corner, so stick around to see who might make it to the grand finals. it seems like things going over there on Sanhok, and MADBULLS were able to bake a cake and also it too, apparently. Here we are ready for our 4th game of the day and see how things are going to be panning out. Give me a little challenge here to get cake in that. That weird. But Dave, interesting to see as how things are going to be panning out on this game. And as you said, a lot of teams at the bottom can get points. You know, ONExESports did pretty much double their point intake. Are there you want to bless right now in this match?
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about you know, your Twitter feed being nothing but cake baking content, so I'm looking forward to that. But looking at some PUBG Mobile content, MEF team won. A lot of these teams at the bottom, Maxman. I don't know, man. Like I don't know to pull through with only 2 more games to go, and that's 6th place right now. The cutoff KP at 21 points, so it is going to be a challenge. So with that said, I think it's their chance now to really just, you know, as Neptura put it last game, throw caution to the wind. You know, you can't really let those indecision get in the way of your gameplay, and just try to pop off this game. And hey, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, because at the end of the day, what do you have to lose?
What do you have to lose? Well, thank you very much,
Exactly.
Dave, for that insight. But we are ready for
we're going to lose Dave.
We're also going to lose Dave as we get ready for this massive matches action here over on Erangel. Match number 4. And really, we keep on saying in Neptura, anyone can still make it into the top 6. Even if you're at the very bottom, you just need to get that big pop-off performance and you are somewhat back in the race. As said by Dave, when you want point barrier right now, try and close that gap soon, because otherwise it's down to the last game, and you know that's where all the pressure is going to be.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's interesting how doable it still is, but at the same time, it's gonna be a huge battle up to even just top 6 for a lot of these teams, because you also have to take into kind of the mentality of the teams as well, right? So, you know, the teams have they have, you know, 7, 10 points. What was that done to their mental side? They don't have the mental, like, you know, stamina in many ways to actually just pull themselves out, you know, from that and have 2 good games. So much of this game is just based on mentality. If they do have that, you know, that mental strength, then good on them. I want to see it in the next 2 games. But you know what? It is really, really hard. You know, we've all played PUBG. We've all had, you know, a bad streak, and we just don't want to play anymore, you know, let alone win and have some good games. So yeah, it could be very difficult for them, but it is still, I hope they cling on to that and just try their very best to get those points on the board. But we will see. We will see. That's an interesting flight path for a lot of these teams. Could it make it more difficult? I don't know.
I don't know what's a bad streak. Like, all I do is win,
oh,
and
yes,
no matter
of course.
what.
Yes.
That's all I do. I only get pure, absolute, massive W and dubs. That's all I do. But as you said, the flight path, a little bit. No, it's not true at all. I'm lying. Other than we'll have to see, though, a fight is going to be breaking out.
Already? My goodness.
Not sure where this one is. I think it's like south of... yeah, it's Gatka. I was going to say south of Everest. But yes, Gatka field fight currently going to be unfolding. And not a lot of loot between these 2 teams.
No.
So you're going to have to make ends meet with a few bullets that are currently remaining. Only 25 left. He just get it with the last few bullets he has remaining. Oh, my word. And he's going to try and go for it right now, still looking at the map.
And get out of there.
He's definitely a little bit more forgiving, but Gatka is an absolute hellhole right now for these.
Oh, it is. It always is. I don't understand why Gatka is so popular. I have to be honest. Just loot. Teams come here. They got no loot, no ammo, no nothing. You know, he's managed to have a few meds, but this is going to be pretty hard because allowed them to get res back up as we see. What is happening, Max? I don't even know how to describe this. Yeah, that's what happens. That was very weird. Oh, but it is Meth coming back. He had that shotgun. We missed the second knock onto that team there, and he grabs 2 eliminations. GG's. Definitely very epic indeed, but will Kespo be able to go up against the rest of that squad? I'm not sure if they're going to try it. ENA look like they're going to be keeping their distance for the time being. We will see. But in that kill feed, we're also seeing Akashi go down. Not sure what that was all about.
I disappeared.
Yes, you did. Yay!
Time Continuum Chamber
yeah.
from Dragon Ball. I never watched Dragon Ball. I probably got that wrong, but you get the idea. I was gone for a very long time. But yeah, interesting fight that was breaking out in Gatka Fields.
Yeah.
Though some crash is going to be happening northeast too. Okay, Neptura.
Yes.
This is the first time that we're casting together. No, really hype moment. Okay, this is really a moment for the books, for the history books.
Right.
And this is the first time I'm going to tell you this. I tell this to every caster I work with when I do the first Erangel. I love Pochinki Hills. It's fantastic.
Yes!
It's absolutely beautiful. It's such a good central position. If you get there with your full team, you get a lot of information. You can even hold 2 splits, getting information on what the hell's happening in Pochinki Fields, what's happening to the western side too, with a lot of teams rotating. And this circle, it is relatively central. So I would love to see teams go to Pochinki.
Agreed. Absolutely. And I 100% agree with that. Honestly, it's a spot. I've seen so many amazing plays coming up from there. You know, it takes some strategy to really perfect it, to really use potential. And some teams, you know, when they do it, it goes super duper well. I am seeing potentially down there. Also, I have to double check the name very quickly. Syneria, yes. They're down there as well. So we could be seeing maybe a little bit of a vie for that prime location. We'll have to be seeing. But at the moment, interesting. And what are they going to be doing? I thought they were going to hold off from there from Meth, but potentially not. I got to say, though, you know, over the last few events that I've been casting, Max, I have multiple areas in Erangel is my favorite. But I got to say Rozhok is one of my favorite places, especially north of the river. Just that bend right there. You know, the Gladiators had a fantastic game like a year ago on there, and I've loved it ever since. It's such a dynamic place to play. We're seeing MADBULLS currently there, as well as Major Pride. And I tell you what, Max, these two teams just cannot stay away from each other. What is it about these two?
Just like fate for them to encounter each other in these games eventually. But yeah, it's just meant to be.
Indeed.
Yeah, I still want to see a video from Uniptura at one point about Pochinki Hill being like, the best position in the game, it's broken, question mark, gone wrong.
Ooh, you know what, that's a good idea.
Hill.
I'll get on that.
Hell yeah, let's go.
I'll get on it right away.
Right now, Dagestan is going to be the only team inside of Pochinki, so they got free real estate position over there. Gladiators went for the secondary drop, as we said, not the best flight path, right, Neptura? So they went for the western bridge instead. Maybe you can set up a little bit of a gatekeep versus KONINA Power, maybe K12 if they go for the wide when you rotate on Baby Island.
Ooh.
As here you go, DeVito, not Danny, but just DeVito will get himself that one, and he just started blasting. I do hope you got that reference. But nice nade, shut them down. Might be absolutely on point.
Too early.
Not quite get it.
Yeah. Too long. That is a big shame. Tell you what else is a big shame, though. What is G doing? What has happened to them today? We're not seeing much of them.
I forgot about them.
Yeah, honestly, it's insane. I'm not even sure where they are at the moment. I don't see them on our feed. I did see Akashi go down at some point, but I'm not entirely sure what happened after that. So we'll have to kind of see what yeah, they're still up as 3. I just don't see them on the map. So we'll see them eventually. Yeah, you know, that's another team I'm really hoping can bring it back just a little bit, you know. It's a decent zone as well, especially certainly for now. We'll have to see how that goes, but I'm really rooting for him this game. You know, we gotta stick with our French squads. You know,
the French
homies. Exactly.
I do want to say, as much as we support the X game build now, Super Burgos, SPG, love the gorilla logo, so really cool. I feel like this was the prime opportunity for them to do well. Great shot coming out from Alex, by the way. Potentially going to connect onto Potentic, at least try and pop the wheel, which I think he was almost able to achieve. We're not going to go further than that. But yeah, back onto SPG. I feel like they should definitely be in top 6 right now, seeing how these last 2 matches went. Well, especially on the Erangel and on the Sanhok, because they're Yasnai Polyana team. We had a Yasnai Polyana finish. Didn't quite work out. They went out actually pretty early. And we know that typically they're a bootcamp team on Sanhok, and we had a bootcamp finish, and they didn't make it to the late game. So I feel like they had 2 really strong opportunities, even if they don't get limbs, but at least to make it fun a game. They didn't even get that many placement points. So yeah, we need to see more from them, especially after the legacy they set up for themselves in the PMPL EU finals. They've kind of disappeared so far in the Lidoma event. So yeah, hopefully 2 matches is enough for them to catch up, but it's starting to get a little bit too late, and you don't want to leave it down to that last game to hopefully catch up.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. You know, some teams use that as a strategy. I mean, I talk about Gladiators all the time, you know.
Oh, for real?
But one of the things, yeah, all the time. One of the things I talk about them is their use of pressure and how they like to pressure themselves because they perform best under. So with the Gladiators, they have that skill, that coordination, that synergy to back that up. So they're quite happy to leave it to the last game and take all the points and not on top. You know, we saw it in PMPU finals.
I love that.
Yeah. So we saw it there. You know, case in point, they do super well when they have the most pressure behind them. With with SBG, I don't know that that's going to be the same thing because it just takes a whole nother level to actually do that. We'll see. Maybe it's something they're trying out. You know, perhaps they kind of go, you know, we actually do better when we have a little bit of pressure. Maybe they're trying that out. Maybe they're seeing if it can work. And if that's the case, then, you know, all power to them. I'm quite happy to see that, see them become a team that does that. I'd love to see that, you know, because we need more Gladiators in the region. You know, they're a great team, and if we could get a few more teams that could perform like them, we would be set.
The thing is, having them in your PMPL lobby is definitely going to help increase the level of the entire lobby. I feel like the ex-Gladiators, now SBG, has been a team that has improved significantly by having this influx of CR teams join the region since the merge. So I feel like the more you give it time, the more the OG teams will improve, and of course, as a whole, the entire lobby will improve. Even just, you're looking at Turkey, right? Our current reigning world champions of S2G didn't even qualify to the EU Championship because it is slowly but surely getting so much more competitive even in your home region. So it just becomes so much harder to stand out as an individual team. So you know, so far they're looking good, but I expect the competition to someday catch up to the legacy of Gladiators. We'll see how that is going to pan out. Though Circle did shift away from Sanhok Island, so you're not going to have to cross that disgusting, dirty river, Neptura, not anymore.
Ew,
but it is centering toward... Oh, is that okay? It's not
no,
that
the
dirty.
river, I was with you.
The poor river, didn't ask for anything.
I know, no, whoops.
But it's centered up on Pochinki, making Pochinki Hill, that we stated earlier, even more valuable currently. Potentially even with the north of Cube, which is where teams like Sly Europe or even Lakers could potentially call home.
Oh, and it's really interesting that the Gladiators, speaking of them, did go for that northern rotation, that northern island rotation, but now they've had to come straight back up. So I'm not sure what's going on with them right now. They've just pushed Kate happening. What are they doing?
Why are they there? What?
What?
That's not. This is not even a bridge camp. They're just like pushing on the other side. Like, this is the most aggressive bridge camp ever. They're like 500 meters away from the bridge at this point. I don't know.
Do they know there's two teams here?
I mean, I think they're chasing them down.
Oh my god.
Is my impression.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm having, but not off to a good start. Tixie's low too. He's going to try and go for that nade. Nice little bit of surprise to keep him in the game. Baldai's going to go for that first nade. Nice nade from Tixie. Hits the mark. Baldai falls down. Palucci going to try and go wide in the water. Does get a Baldai confirmed. KONINA Power down to just 2. Sangori and Palucci. And he's just going to go for a little dip, a little swim. But the thing is, they have no idea he's there. He could just go right behind him, and if he has a DBS, ka-chonk.
Exactly. Oh, and we're gonna on that in the kill feed. Yeah, because I saw this in the kill feed as well. Major Pride doing some work. Finally, it's not been the easiest of days for them. Ooh.
Whoa! Nice one. Nice headshot at the end there.
That was an easy spray. GG.
So much emphasis on the easy.
Easy.
But Gladiators here, like, where'd they go? And Palucci, Sangori apparently don't even want to go for the sneaky backstab. They just want to get out of here. None of that business is interesting for them. Major Pride, though, almost got himself pinched between that 2-2 split from RL. It's down to now a single player, while Effect goes for the Nomi Res. Monkey, maybe a little bit overzealous, fair to say, as he gets flushed away. Down to now just 3 players, Effect, Nomi, and Ruda, as they're going to try and pepper them down with those nades.
Yeah, and I actually really like that from Royal there. That was actually a really nice little split they were trying to do. That little wraparound just didn't work, but that nade worked. That was, correctly. Oh my goodness me. Royall just getting wrecked there by Major Pride. Finally, some goods for Major Pride. I think they had a good start to the night, but then afterwards they kind of just went down just a little bit. But nice to see him coming back up. They did lose Monkey, but as you said, yeah, he was just a little too overzealous there. Since we're back over here, Max, how did the Gladiators do this? They rolled in with no rhyme or reason and meant to eliminate or just clear the area of 2 teams when they clearly should have gone out fairly immediately.
Okay, I almost want to do a One Piece reference. It's like Law from One Piece, and he does the room, and he just clears all the space around him, and you just get absolutely battered. That's the Gladiators effect right now, but effect also with the DDS does get a one-on-one trade. Not get flushed with Major Pride. Everyone's going to be pushing his way. Nomi just goes flying up in the air. And now only Ruda is there to keep the front line of the team alive. The effect is going to be also potentially flushed. Nomi is going to be taken down. Ruda, there's no way in hell you survive the MADBULLS push. And that's it. Ex-teammates, now foes, as MADBULLS stand strong and come out on top.
That was phenomenally played. Honestly, by both teams, just MADBULLS had some that Major Pride didn't, but look who it is up here coming in. Who is that? Is that Liberty?
Liberty?
Oh, Liberty.
Liberty. Okay, they want a piece of this apparently, but you're not going to get any slice of that MADBULLS. Just say, get the hell out of here. Fleeky does get knocked away, but he's still got his teammate. Potentially the flush will not be coming through. Liberty is still there. And wait a minute. There's an off-angle coming on through. SBG coming in hot for them. Extra spicy eliminations. Only Frozen left alive. That was an absolute dominant fashion fight initially from MADBULLS here.
Yeah.
Now I think they can pick up so many free points here.
Wait, Frozen? Yeah, Frozen's alone at the moment. This
with a DPS, that range's not going to work out.
No. The UMP
Good fight.
will.
Best fight so far.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Well timed by 2 different teams there. Liberty, I love the aggression coming in from them. That was really nice. Didn't work out because MADBULLS are MADBULLS, but it was so nice to see, right? It was really refreshing that they came from fairly far away as well, timed it super well, came in with that aggression, tried there, didn't work out, but next time it might do, you know, you never know. And then SBG coming in there, just cleaning everything up. Very nicely done by them. But yeah, that was a really fun fight. And Max, it was on those Pachinki Hills.
Yeah, that was more like that was not really Pachinki. That's not, don't call that Pachinki Hill. Pachinki Hill's to the west of Pachinki. That's the one. But that was like more Potato Hill kind of terrain. And
was it?
Did games. Yeah, Potato Hill.
Oh, was that Potato? I was thinking it was over by just to the right of where we are right now, just like the edge over there, like west Pachinki. All right, I don't know my maps.
No, it was over to Potato Hill, but SBG just got to be a bit careful. Though we did talk about this on the rankings, Niptura, right? We're looking at MADBULLS saying they were going to be safe in top 6. Sure, they already went out, and got no placement points, but they had 8 elims. So this is pretty much 100% locked in their position in top 6. They're not going to budge. No,
100% not, because they've gotten a Miramar after this. Even if they have a horrific game, they're not going anywhere. There's no way. They might not win top place, but they're not going to get a 6 for sure. Finally, we were talking about SBG. Apparently, we need to talk about him some more because he come in. ULC, I mean, we didn't caught kind of the end of that fight, but it looks like they didn't really stand a chance. So big upset for ULC. They were looking really good in the Sanhok, gotta be honest. But it's really nice to see SBG standing up 7 points on the board for this Erangel. Yeah, we're on that.
Yeah, they woke up this game. They did. Sure. They just like said, okay, we're going to start blazing. We chose violence and momentum for this game. And it's been working out absolute wonders so far for them. And they have so much potential rotations at an entry point east and especially northeast. So we'll have to see how that is going to be potentially working out. Not only that, the other French squad in this lobby of SHOCKWAVE has a lot of entry point potential here. So SHOCKWAVE, SBG, the 2 French squads can be relatively dangerous coming into this. But Niptura, we haven't talked about this too much, but with where the circle has been heading these last 2 phases, we could have another city finish here. Like, it could go to Pachinki. There's a chances of that happening.
We absolutely could. That would be very interesting. Pachinki is rough at the best of times. I prefer it end game to beginning game, but it's more dynamic than a lot of other places in the map, so I really like that. We've already got got teams here looking for a fourth with K12 just sneaking over there in the background. Definitely could see some very interesting plays in here. I'm all for it, honestly. But you know what, Max? We could also get Pochinki Hills, and we were talking about that at the beginning of the game. We could see some real plays coming in there. Oh, of course, it's Gladiators.
Because they know it's so good.
Coming back. Yeah, they've got it. They got the high ground.
They played it so many times also in PMPL EU. Like, I don't know what you would expect at this point. Nice little 2-2 split, by the way, sending 2 players in the warehouses of Pochinki Fields, keeping Tixi and Kitsune just a little bit higher up there. Actually, it's a 3-1 split, actually. Not even a 2-2, it's just a 3-1 split.
Oh, yeah.
Keeping Matic in there, keeping that CH, they have to rotate. While I'm seeing some teams southeast that could try and maybe play spoilers on Gladiators' position, so they need to start to be aware of their surroundings. But yeah, I mean, chances are it's going to be a Pochinki, if not Pochinki Field finish. This is definitely going to be a wacky finish. Erangel's going to be tough on for sure with 2 city finishes now.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Oh, wait, SBG trying to be consistent, trying to have a good game, but looks like 2 different teams at him as KONINA Power sneaking up behind the Lakers are out of here. Remember, they are on the outside of the zone. There's quite a few teams on that side, actually. So probably going to see a few teams moving up to that north side, making things a little spicier for SHOCKWAVE. But otherwise, they're going to have to come in on this southern side, and there's a lot of teams waiting for them. So I'll have to see how that ends up. But SBG trying to get that res. Good for now, but they're only down to a duo, Narvalo and Robs. Tell you what, out of the team, Narvalo and Robs doing some pretty good work for the team as of recent days, so not the worst players to have still up.
Yeah, keep that car nice and hidden, make sure it's not prone to nade damage, want to make sure you can use it if the rotation allows it, but as you said, it's good to have Narvalo, Robs alive. Potentially the 2 you want to keep up. Akashi, sure, he's the IGL, you can still IGL from the graveyard,
exactly.
So and still be leading the team forward in this game, no issue there whatsoever. As I mean, Meth has been just standing their ground inside of Pochinki itself. They're very deep, Pochinki. If it does tend to move away, they're going to go right into SPG. They're going to go right into Dagestan. There's a team north position, well, a few solos, actually. So pretty hard to maneuver your way around. So Meth is definitely a team I'm looking at as to what their game plan for. I would say the next 2 phases is actually going to be, as Kespo of Meth is actually currently the top damage dealer with 655. Tixi is just behind, which Tixi's Tixi. I don't know what to say at this point. The Tixi supremacy is still alive for years now, and it's still going strong.
It has. I mean, he actually started off with a bit of a rough day. The first 2 games, he was the first one out of the team, right? But, you know, in this, he definitely stepped up. There we go. And in this Erangel as well. So he had a bit of a rough start to the day, but he's back. Or is he? Please don't let me caster curse him. Okay, we're good.
Ooh, you're fine.
We're good.
You're safe.
That was close, though. That was close. Yeah, Syneria as well. Been a very quiet team, but we have seen a thing or 2 from them, so it's been nice to see some of the plays they've been making. But this is a rough to be in, especially when you have a team, any teams you like that. But for it to be GG, especially, is going to be rough. That's a tough spot to be in. Hopefully they can make it out of there alive. Another team that needs to come in, make it in one piece. One is one piece, one esport. Yeah, play on words. Take that as you will.
One piece, one to
yeah.
Lots of stuff happening though right now. I believe we're going to. We just saw KONINA Power try and crash on top of the warehouse of Gladiators. So Meku, I think the team is going to join up. I do like the Gladiators are currently holding still players on top of Pochinki Hill. They don't want to get backstabbed. That's the main thing though. VP, they're going to be taking that nade right to the face off base. Not going to be able to do much about that one. Or that purple, can they hold the front line for the team? Not too sure, but SHOCKWAVE in this ridge so far doing a good job with, again, backed up against the corner here. Against a dead end, even you could say Niptura. And the thing is, it's so prone to nade damage. Order Purple, if they have a single nade, this could be the end of the road for SHOCKWAVE.
Oh, it absolutely could. They are between a dead end and a hard place, really. Not looking super good for them. ONExESPORTS could possibly do something about it as well if they had think that's within range, but that's kind of pushing it a little bit. But they could offer some cover, as Matic looks like he's going to try and help out SHOCKWAVE a little bit as well. That spray onto VP. Tixi has 6 eliminations out of GG's 8, Max.
I'm not even looking at the spray. I'm just looking at how good this plays on Gladiators as a whole, because the fact that they so well defended that west and eastern edge, sorry, that western southern edge.
Mm-hmm.
Now they can stop playing these rooftops. Is have anything to say about it because no one is going to deny their position on the southwest. I absolutely love every single part of that. Even if the circle moves away from them, they can blast at every team around them, reduce the number of team and players alive, and then they have cars hidden right behind. You can see they have like these great 2 cars they can easily rotate with. I feel like even if the circle moves away from them, Gladiators are in such a good position that they could aim for that chicken dinner. But Tixie, calm down. I know he likes to push it. But
oh, he did it.
Okay, it's fine.
Did you doubt Tixie,
do what you want,
Max?
Tixie.
Oh my god. Yeah. That's a shame for Syneria, but you know they're in a really tough spot, like I said earlier. So gonna be difficult for GG now. Interesting, they still kept Meku up on that top side, so we'll have to see how they do that. But yeah, I was gonna say we need GG to start doing their iconic spread across zone, start as mid just with their positions, and I think that zone has gone to them. This is where they're gonna start doing it. That's your teammate, my dude. It's cool. It's cool. Don't worry. It's not VP just yet. In fact, VP are completely out of here. When did that happen?
Oh, okay. I mean, he'll just get himself prone just in the nick of time. The thing is, we got to talk about Tixie. He has regrouped with his team. They're up as a 4-man team now, so they're going to set up a fort in that warehouse in Pochinki Fields. I know we're talking a lot about Gladiators, even though we're not always looking at them, but because they are doing, I would say, Niptera here, the game-winning play with up and currently one or two only teams Shockwave in the circle, and all the other teams are going to have to fight survival of the fittest inside of Pochinki City itself. The thing is, depending on who makes it out of Pochinki itself, you're going to have to fight Gladiators as a full team that have a great foothold in circle. So this is a fight, I'd say, for a podium finish, if not a second place. And I don't think you can go any further than that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be really tough. I mean, I think a lot of teams was going to be Pochinki. Oh, that's a good nade. Nope, nothing. Okay, just I was waiting for the kill feed, but nothing just yet. But yeah, I think a lot of teams banked on that zone sticking to Pochinki for that city finish, and it just hasn't. But I tell you what, Shockwave doing some amazing work here from this tiny space. It's a really tough see in, and they're holding there. They're still up as that duo. They're doing a lot of damage as well as Meth, as well as just down to a solo for Meth.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Surviving this long, great nades and plays from Shockwave. Still 2 players alive. The blue zone, those coming in. Terminus, run in. Don't want to take that blue zone tick damage. Oh my word. Okay, that was a bit too spooky for me. Does barely make it back in, but can you say the same for Virtus Pro? No, you can't. Niptera as they get absolutely shredded by the bullets of SNOWX, a standout player from PNPL EU.
Yep.
And now they might be the only team able to survive outside of Pochinki itself, while actually a sneaky ONExESports has been able to just survive barely a bit longer in this game, but the blue zone claimed all the other survivors in Pochinki itself.
That's insane. That is insane. I think this is where Dave would go, the, Papa Blue,
He's always there, omnipresent Papa Blue.
Always, always. VP and Dagestan just got completely wrecked. Oh, the nade.
The thing is, they haven't used nade this entire game. Like, Matic, Meku, they're just, like, throwing everything down. Nothing you can do, ONExESports. They did get himself a few points, so that's going to be some good multipliers. But look at that. You said it. You want to see the Gladiator spread. Matic at that hay bale. Shockwave. 2v4 versus Gladiators. Can they make the impossible possible here? Can the hope remain? Not for long, apparently, as SNOWX is the first to fall. Only Terminus remains in the smoke. He tries to remain under a blanket of mystery, and another nade might get a little bit of a surprise factor. If I were you, I would go out to the blue zone.
Yeah.
Be out down to the blue zone. It is not going to go their way, and it is going to be the chicken dinner for Gladiators, Niptera.
It is indeed. Just massive GGs. That was a Gladiator game from start to finish. Honestly, I do find out that I kind of called it. I kind of with the Gladiator, most likely the big kill win on the. I love to see it. It's really, but. I just great game from them. Great game from everybody, honestly. They fought tooth and nail for the end of that game, and it turned out really, really, really fascinating, really stuff.
I don't want to say we called it also from almost. We did say Pochinki Hill. It's pretty good position on that kind of circle. And Dave, I mean, Gladys. one of the clear favorites in this tournament, and the way they were playing Pochinki Hill into then the Pochinki playing the top, it was just something absolute pure beauty. Like amazing game from the lads.
Yeah, the lads doing a great job. Maxman and Neptura, kind of like your commentary, just top, top of the line, phenomenal. So Tixie at the top damage, 9 elims. I gotta say, Gladiators, this is 100% going to be their game to punch their ticket top 6, moving into the May 18th games for sure. I mean, without a doubt. And Maxman, you didn't see me in the chat. You're like, Neptura's like, what happened to VP? I'm bringing it up. I said, VP, they've been out of here the moment Maxman picked them. All right. They've been out of here since the beginning of the day. So, oh, man, I'm just BM. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just fine, Dave.
I'm
no,
sorry.
That's why you're an NA. It's just come back to your August like that.
Yeah. Hey, they got me here for a reason.
Well, but 9 elims, of course, will Tixie. Yeah, Kitsune being the MVP at some point today. Niptura. Now it's Tixie being the MVP with 9 elims. That's such a great conversion rate from the almost 1,100 damage into 9 elims. Fantastic stuff. And the thing is, too, Niptura, he was split. I felt he was a bit overconfident at times, but we also need to keep in mind, right? It is Tixie. So he does whatever the hell he wants.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, he really gives us a bit of a scare sometimes, but I think we have to have more faith in him, like you said, because he's Tixie. Half the time when we go, oh my God, Tixie, please no, go back, he gets the job done. He did. I feel really bad for Syneria. They got handed a rough deal, sure, and they could have done so much more had the situation been a little bit more favorable to them. It didn't. They still got the Miramar, so not everything's lost, but yeah, you had to feel bad for him a little bit.
Really happy also for SHOCKWAVE, another team that you brought up a few times in Niptura, because I feel like when they were in those dips, similar to somewhat chopstick position, they were using those blanket of smokes really efficiently to negate nades being as efficient on them, and that's the reason why you see them survive as a duo as long as they actually did. But wow, Dave, look how top heavy that is. Did you go from 27 to 12? That's a drop off between first and second. That's an insane one, but also SBG with their best game so far.
Yeah. I think out of all these teams, SBG definitely one of the standout teams here to get those 12 points because it's going to success in match number 5, right? Hopefully for them, because I know they had a lot of fans to used to be known as Game Lord, as SBG with the Harambe in their logo. So hopefully they could put some respect on the new branding that they're showcasing here in this tournament and qualify Maxman. So that's all I gotta say. But major pride, major disappointed for me here, man. I'm starting to get real nervous, and I know you can't see my camera right now, but I'm shaking and I'm sweating, man. I'm sweating bullets. They're just pouring down like I'm in the shower because they've been slipping and sliding here today. 9th place.
I just want production to add a little count on the top left of how many times Dave does a joke with the Major Pride name.
Yes.
That's something I like to have added.
What do you mean? That was no joke. I'm sweating bullets, man. Look at this for a good reason. They're in 9th place now.
He's sweating major bullets.
It's fine with the name. You're not speaking absolute facts, okay? Facts and knowledge coming out from Dave's mouth. But so far, 9th position.
Hold up, Max, man. What's the joke here, man? What's the joke,
Max? Major, and you would swear major. You would like major. Okay, it's fine. Let's move on. Because Major Pride, they also need to move on from their games. It's been a rough patch. So yeah, I mean the thing is, down to the last game, we said it's going to be stressful if you have to try and qualify. I feel like it's fair to say top 3, top 4 teams pretty secure their spot. So it's anyone in the middle pack to try and secure their position for the grand final. We've got a final break before we head into the know which 6 teams will move on to the next stage in just a few.
Mustache Dave, every host works nightmare.
Break time.
Yes. Break.
It's break.
Oh.
Miramar game. That's all that separates all our teams and potentially one slot in the top 6 to try and fight against the best of MENA and Turkey. My name is Max, once again joined by Niptura and Mustache Dave as we are getting ready for the final match here to make sure that we'll know which are going to be the teams moving on to the next stage. But the competition is tight between all of these middle teams, Dave, and there could still be some big surprises until the very end on this final game, but you need to have big pop-off dominant performance if you want to make sure you're in the top 6.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro definitely starting the day off really rough here at Max, man, not going to lie. But currently 6th place, if I'm not mistaken, right there on the cusp at 26 total points. Right behind them, you got KONINA Power with 24 points, then SPG with 23 points. So do they have enough in the tank, man? That's my question kind of posing to the world right now. Virtus Pro, do they have enough in them to maintain that top 6, or will a team like KONINA Power, SPG, and even Major Pride, like I was mentioning at the top of the show, will they overtake them?
Yeah, Major Pride definitely has the potential of doing so, but I want to bring up SPG, especially Niptura, because it felt like that last game. I don't know if you'd agree. They flipped a switch, and they're like, okay, clearly what we did in the first 3 games did not work out. We got to start playing hyper aggressive, and they were just chasing elimination after elimination, and I feel like that is the place need from them to hopefully climb up in top 6 and stay up there until the very end of this next match.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to see that same kind of game in there again, because they were struggling all evening long. They've been struggling till last game, so it'd be really nice to see that. I think you're talking about, that kind of play style. I think PMPL and other events this season, we've seen them do well when they do that kind of thing, when they stick to heavy strategy or heavy position-based strategy. They don't tend to do as well as when they go more aggro. So hopefully maybe they'll take that on board and, think about that a little bit and come into this next game with that same strategy in mind, because, we'd love to see them have a few points coming in here. So I'm happy to see this trajectory going, but will it go there? That is the question. We'll see in a few minutes.
There used to be a really strong Miramar team too in the past. Of course, previous not really been their staple map. I feel like Sanhok, they've been doing really well on that map in particular. Erangel 2, Miramar, just a little bit struggle bus in recent times for them. But so many teams can make it. Of course, you mentioned KONINA Power, SPG, Major Pride, Liberty can make it up there, ULC. Sly Europe too has a chance. They're going to need a big pop-off game here, Dave, if you want to see Sly Europe. But
yeah,
opponent finish, could really make absolute wonders for the teams in the middle of the pack.
For sure. I mean, that's all they need, right? And when we're talking about MADBULLS, SHOCKWAVE, Dagestan, just kind of maintain, don't throw in this last game, honestly. Just try to survive, finish top 5, and you should be looking pretty good. Really, the teams on the cusp have to be like that 5th and 6th place for sure, K12 and Virtus Pro. So we'll see what they can do. Quick question from the chat, though. This one's for Niptura. I know we had one earlier on from X-Man. A lot of plant people like nicknames for their plants to encourage them to grow and prosper in life. People want to know, what is your plant name if it has one?
It doesn't have one. I am open to suggestions, but it doesn't have one at the moment. Tixie, I love it. Yes, Tixie? Name's Tixie. This is Tixie, everybody. Here is Tixie.
Welcome, Tixie, to the stream.
Give it a DBS on your real. No,
exactly.
Don't want to give him that.
Sure. Absolutely. Definitely don't give that.
As we're going to be getting ready on Dave, we'll have to say goodbye very, very soon. But any predictions, any team you want to look at and you're maybe hoping to see making the top 6 for this one?
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be a Mustache Dave prediction question without a Mustache Dave answer. So I'm going to say, if I was Mustache Dave, I would probably say Major Pride. I started the day on the hype train. I'm going to end it on the hype train for Major Pride.
Love it. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Major Pride be having the Mustache Dave blessing, or is it going to be the Dave curse? We'll have to see in just about 25 to 30 minutes time, as we're going to be seeing who's going to be on top and who will be claiming their spot to fight against, once again, the best of the MENA and Turkish. It is game number 5, right off the good old map of Miramar. Is going to be myself and Niptura bringing you the action, of course. And we've got to see who's going to be taking his chicken dinner, but it's going to be an intense one for the history.
Oh, it absolutely is. I tell you what, Max, I am nervous. Let me hit you with a few stats right here. 6th place pro, 26 points, tied with K12 in 5th. So we've already got a tie there for 5th and 6th. But that's not the end of it. KONINA Power in 7th place with 24 points. And then SPG after that great game, moving into 8th place with 23 points. So there's only 3 points difference between 5th and 8th place right now, and we're at the last game. This is how tough it is. So if any one of these teams want to make sure they 100% get a top 6 position at the end of the night, they're going to have to, I mean, they don't have to win, but a win would be nice. So I'm looking at these 4 in particular to grab a win for this Miramar.
That'll be interesting. The thing is, we these tournaments, Neptura, finish off to like a point, 2 point difference, right? And all these eliminations you might not flush or might be a bit hesitant on confirming. That can make a really drastic difference at the end of the day. And you might be missing out on, like, you know, a $2,000 first place position at finals if you don't make it. So that's some pretty decent pocket change that you want to make sure you secure for yourself as a playing path. A little bit more forgiving compared to our last one on Erangel. Not straight south is going to be when as it cuts through the more northern western edge of the map. And things are going to be interesting to see how things are going to be panning out for some of these teams. Intrigued to see if ULC are going to go back to ruins. But here then, La Cobreria, which is a renowned position the Gladiators like to play, is the hunt going to be on, I wonder?
Yeah, I wonder as well. This is definitely bold from ULC. Consider, as you said, this is GG's spot. They know this inside and out, Max, man. The zone
a lot of water.
Is beautiful. I love it. I'm toxic when it comes to zones and esports. I love it so much.
I'm under the water. It's too much raining. So that's my favorite. It's one of my favorite memes. I love it. It's just a great one. But it's so good. a lot of water in play. Really high potential for a Los Leones finish. So what I recommend is potentially instantly rotate to Los Leones.
Yeah.
And what I personally like to do is all play north of Los Leones or go northeast or even hard east. Plateau high ground positions where you are very safe from teams around you and can gather information. So, going to be having a little bit of a fight with Major Pride, it seems. Not the team you want to encounter early on. The thing is, Major Pride can't afford to go out now. If they're out, they're done. So they need to win this fight.
Do indeed. Yeah, and they're a team that I've seen a lot of good things from before. Just last week, I think they were in an event. They looked really nice, but here they are with only 8 points at the end of the night. So they really, really can't, first of all, lose anybody. Second of all, lose out at all. They cannot go out right now because that would be, as you said, the end. So we shall see, but no! Effect has other ideas.
Yeah, nice little push up from Effect. Though they are very split. I do find it interesting. They're sending one player from Major Pride very wide southeast, which could end up working out, but also if he gets knocked, he's not going to get rezzed. So that's a bit risky for Nomi. Hopefully it'll be okay. Lakers with only a Saber in hand. I mean, I guess you could throw it, but maybe not the best kind of bullet or projectile you want to throw over. But yeah, he's just going to move around with this party bus and hopefully find some decent loot, because right now he's pretty much naked.
Yeah, he is indeed, but his teammate isn't, and he actually gets a knock onto Major Pride here. So this could be, again, that really large 3-1 split not working out for them at all, and now that's going to be Major Pride running to the rescue. So that's going to be interesting. That gives ENA a little bit of a break here. We'll see how that one plays out as Syneria looking over at the Gladiators. We'll see how that turns out as well. Where are they? They got to be pretty north, 1,200 meters from the zone, but they got 4.5 minutes. They got time. Syneria at the moment only with 9 points, though. So are they going to be going for a high placement game, or are they going to be one of those teams? You know, it's the last game. Are they all out, Max? What do you think?
I think there's a possibility for them to go all out. I mean, for some of the teams, this is what they're going to require, really, if they want to make in top 6, right? So you're going to have to need a big pop-off performance. Though I do want to bring up this point. Nomi is being rezzed currently, so he didn't get flushed as I initially thought he might be. So good response from not just Nomi, but the entire team.
Yep.
So scary 100%. Stuff indeed. Things are slowly going to calm down. I do like it. KONINA Power going to settle down with Dagestan 77. And also another squad I can't quite see inside Los Leones, so they could just loot up over there and maybe go for the north or the eastern locations I stated earlier, which I would definitely appreciate. Oh, okay, already some interesting fights breaking out early, as we did see earlier with Major Pride. That we still got to say, cannot afford to lose a single player. They need to remain as a 4-man team. Otherwise, their chances of a top 6 position and making it to the next stage are going to be fizzling out into nothingness. So
yeah, 100%.
They will stand strong.
Would be nice to see. You know, they got Dave at their P&L. You don't want to let him down. And it's still
Definitely
possible,
not.
like you said.
No.
It's still possible. They can still do this. They've got the advantage over ENA at the moment. But this is something. This feels like a fight that's just going to be ending in stalemate and possibly too many penalties on either side with no real result. So I kind of wish that Major Pride would just kind of leave. They don't need this. Well, they do need this, but they don't need this. This is a little too, in my book, for them. ENA could just ruin their day at the same time. Loot up, move on. There goes Monkey Sun, though. They're going to have to stay here a little while longer. Oh,
no!
No!
Oh, that's massive in a bad way
it.
for Major Pride.
Yeah.
You can't lose that.
No.
They had such a good position to the ground. There's no reason to lose that player like that for free. Not only does he get knocked, he gets instantly flushed with that mini 14. That's an L if I've ever seen one.
That's big.
What do you do now? If you're Major Pride, I feel like you just give up on that fight. It's just not worth
100%.
Taking a risk of having that situation happen again. If you're down to 2, I'm saying it, they can't make it in top 6. You need to remain as a 3-man now, so just give it up, lads. It's not worth it anymore.
Exactly. I totally agree. They need to move. They need to leave. They should have never... They stayed too long as it was, because they had the high ground, but with the way the high ground is, it's not far out enough. The angle is all wrong, right? They can't really look down because there's so much hard cover, but ENA look up. So it's a really tricky thing to control, and they just didn't do it. At least Monkey didn't do it, and ENA did. So that's now a trade, not an advantage at all. And that's going to empower ENA to move on forward. So yeah, MP just need to get out of there. What is nice is Los Leones filling up very quickly. A lot of teams have noticed that this is the place to be. Not quite on those hillsides yet. That's an interesting Molotov. He thinks there's somebody there. There is not, I tell ya. But Kespo gonna be just making sure. You know, there's no harm in being careful.
Maybe he just likes fire. You know, just
Maybe,
looking at
yeah.
it. You have people like that. You know, I was always the one trying to light up the barbecue when we had some of those because I just
totally.
like fire.
Yeah, fire's cool, man.
I like it,
cool.
especially when you're playing on Pachinki, you know, trying to light up the wooden floors of those shacks.
Oh, absolutely.
And they're chasing it down. This is like the worst case scenario for Major Pride, where they lose a player, they're getting chased down. I see they have a car, so I feel like they understand that this is definitely not the situation you want. As you shift on over to K12, moving in east of El Azahar. Do you have eMaster Pro, a previous MVP game number 3, if I'm not mistaken? That is pretty low, but will be able to slowly heal his way up, and they're going to try and just hug the coastal line and avoid pretty much every team. There's not many teams down there except for Virtus Pro and Impala, so it should be pretty easy sailing for K12.
Yeah, they're doing, again, the smart rotation. It's what I really have been liking seeing K12. They've really stepped up in the last season or so, so nice to see them coming in here, making some good plays, making some good kills as well. Nothing super, fantastically as some of these others have, but honestly, they've been doing a really, really good job. Now they just need to work on that consistency. What rhymes with consistency-ish is Tixie. The Gladiators are going up.
What?
Against, I'm gonna shush. Hey, Max, take it away, because I think Gladiators are doing something.
Consistency, Tixie. Yeah, you know what? I was like, I thought you were kind of like stretching it, but like, I kind of get it.
Yeah,
I mean,
a little bit.
That's why I say
still
Tixie
bad.
Supremacy, because it does rhyme in a similar way.
It does. Yeah.
By the way, that's my thing. That's my creation.
sorry.
I started Tixie Supremacy. Okay. Now, I see people saying who started it. It's like, no, that's my thing. Okay, I started Tixie Supremacy. I will have it written on my tombstone in about 50 years time. I don't know. Hopefully, I live a bit more than that.
Creator of Tixie Supremacy.
Exactly. That's my legacy right
Heck
there.
yeah. Absolutely.
Sly already sent it up. Talk about them as a very good macro-based team, as Gladiators also. I mean, they don't really care at this point. They qualified in tops for the memes. They can also potentially ruin the teams around them to qualify. So, for example, if you don't want a Major Pride and you know how they rotate, you can try and mess it up for them. But Tixie, whoa, pushing his way up. And thing is, we say Tixie. Oh, did he get him with a pan? I feel like he tried.
Zone got him. The play zone got him.
That's okay. Well, Tixie, sometimes he's a little overzealous, a little overconfident, but
exactly.
As we said, it doesn't matter. They were already in.
Exactly. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Tixie, and you know what? Tixie went out the first 2 games first as well, but GG still together, so should be okay. Oh, I'm not. Whoa. Okay. It happened too quickly for me to actually process.
Way! BM!
Maddox mad!
Sweet gents. How dare you take down my boy Tick.
Ooh,
See,
hang
that was
yeah.
Sanhok. Also played has been going out a little bit early for his team. What an angle for him.
Wow.
A Shiksa. Oh, wait, a Shiksa? I feel like I said that right. A
Mhm.
Shipper. Oh, there you go. I got it right this
Ah,
time.
yeah.
Slight, Europe, that one nade. That's everything. That's what we need. Boom.
Boom.
I didn't get it. I guess it went
Wow.
down the staircase, unfortunately, but Giga going to try his best to hold on the front line for his team. Sly Europe wanting to continuously push on this breach. He's got himself a Saiga, so he can still potentially hold these little choke point areas, these doors or these staircases. And he just goes in 1, 2, and doesn't even get it! Instantly clapped right back into the face, and Sly coming out on top, and will get the res onto a Sheepa.
GG's. One did a good job there. They tried to, but you know those things, those buildings are super hard to defend, man. It's really difficult to do. What's VP doing? He's just chilling. He's in a crack.
Impala.
In a mountain. Okay. Impala. I hate
That's the
Impala
thing.
so much.
Look, I keep saying it about, I don't know what Impala did to you, but okay. Virtus Pro, pick a position, and they just do not move. They do pretty much this down to a G. Is like, get a position, center circle, hide, buckle down, pray that the circle might come your way, and if it doesn't, they die. Which is why you see them get himself a 3-second place on the last Miramar, because they got lucky on the circle. The thing is, they don't like fighting, and it is a shooting game. I'm sorry to say, okay, it's not like it's not StarCraft, okay? You have to shoot bullets eventually.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, Tulika! Wishes he was camping right now, though. He wants to hide from these bullets. On the outside, Meth doing.
MADBULLS are in though. It's
Meth?
fine.
I mean, it's fine, but Meth? Where have they been the entire day? Just rolling, taking out a team like MADBULLS, who should have all that momentum behind them. Nicely, Meth. Again, another team I've seen some good things from before, but it's just not their day today. Nice to see. So some comeback from Meth. That's 3 points on the board as Lakers are next up on the block. Rajasthan.
The thing is, Meth started off this game with 10 points, and currently the limit was Virtus Pro with 26. So they needed at least a 16-pointer to close that gap. Of course, that gap you expect it to fluctuate, go a little bit higher. So we need to get himself a chicken dinner with double-digit elims if we want to make sure they can qualify. So Meth, the potential is there. No 3 elims, definitely going to be going in the right direction. But Lakers, though, maybe can't say the same for them, as they have. Though they do have multiple angles on Dagestan, it is going to be hard for Dagestan to win this fight. Medkit coming out from Testman does get up to 100 HP. Nice push, though, right behind that building. He will be able to close the gap, but other team is shooting at him, and Testman does get taken down by Reflect from Sly. And no way he's going to get rezzed up unless Dagestan is flushed.
Yes, indeedy. Oh, that's such a shame for Testman. He was such a good asset for his team coming in there with that push. It was a great push, but Slyman, they've been doing some good work all night, honestly, across multiple games. They've been that third-party pain in the side of several teams here, and here comes the push. Ooh, shut down immediately.
Yep. The car push meta, still alive, and very useful. It's just hard to shoot you down easily in those cars, especially the supercars. But Lakers currently pinned down in this building. Tioma and Kerom, one nade would do the work pretty much. They would just get absolutely wrecked if that happened. But so far the focus doesn't seem too heavily on them, so they might be able to survive just a little bit longer. Maybe even having Testman crawl his way over them. I think that was their own smoke. But unfortunately, Testman was not meant to be. Mandering there to secure the elim. Dagestan down to 3, and Lakers down to 2.
I understand why Sly aren't moving further out of this, you know. They don't really want to. It would be a bad move for them to just make that full send push.
Risky, yeah.
I want them to make a little bit of a rotation round to the other side. Hello, wait a second.
Lambo gets it.
Yeah.
Circle back into the mainland, right on top of the SBG split. You can regroup, you can have the best position in the circle. It's very similar to last game. It is very similar to last game, so we could see a potential win similar to where Shockwave got it on the last Miramar. Dagestan, though, still taking their fight. Is Zadira and Shifu. Zadira looking on fire this game, or this day so far, especially on that previous first game. There's Sniper Shifu right there. Nice angle onto Zadiro. You cannot escape his gaze. Ashipa's there, will not secure it though, but Sly still looking good and just playing absolute spoilers in this fight here, Natura, fair to say. And they're securing their spot potentially in the top 6 as we speak.
Yeah, they're looking super duper good. I love to see this from Sly. We talked about them just before the game, how they really needed a game like this in order to make it, and they're definitely trying. At least they're making a really good effort of it. 8 eliminations at the moment. If they go out now, it's only 8. You know, they still have a long way to go to get those placement points. But it's looking really good. It's looking really good. They have 13 points on the board at the moment, plus 8. It's looking nice. I'm not going to do the math on stream because I'll get it wrong. But no, it's looking really good for them.
Oh no, potentially
it's looking bad. It's looking bad.
It's looking real bad right now. Mandarian's going to try and hold on the front line, and that's it. 2 players going to be flushed by Karome. Oh, and how the turntables here. Sheepa. The thing is, 80 limbs, sure, that's great. It's just not going to cut it for top 6, I think, Natura. So he needs to try and do the impossible here. Maybe clutch it out, get even more limbs. But as a solo in a position like this where they know where he is, he's very predictable on his play. This might be the end of the Sly Europe road.
Yeah, I think you're right here. I'm so sorry, Sly. I should never talk about you again. Apparently, that was the worst caster cursing I think I've ever done. RIP. But he still could do it, you know? It's just the 2 Lakers at the moment. It's just that 1v2, although we do have, Meth waiting in the wings. Meth are out for blood tonight. They're really going at it in this last game. Dajistan managed to get away somehow, but MADBULLS looking at them as well. But yeah, all the action is here. Oh, and Meth are confident. Look at them come in.
This is the second, but it's not a third party anymore. It's a 4th party now. Everyone wants a piece of this compound for some reason. It's not even in a good position in circle. Why is everyone fighting here? I don't know. They just want those limbs because they know how damn valuable they might just be. Nade, unfortunately, they were lower, not on the first floor. Nice spray, though, from trying to go for the pre-fire. He has the DBS through the window, but here you have it. Potential actually right from behind. Well, not Potential, the Sheepa, should I say. Gets it done. He only got one of those, I believe, but that nade's looking good. A little bit off the angle, but Sheepa trying his best to survive in a 1v3 scenario. Can he make the impossible possible here in this fight? I'll have to see. He's trying to pre-fire through the corridor. Kespo going to be the one to
cover
right through. Tries to get himself that barricade of bullets, but it is not meant to be. Sly Europe end their killing spree and get eliminated in 15th.
That is such a shame for Sly. I feel so bad for them. 9 points total. 9 points. They did a really good job, but they just couldn't end up making it happen in the end. The third partiers get third partied, unfortunately, and that's just the way it happens. Yeah, that's a big shame for them. They've been doing a pretty good job so far tonight overall, but yeah, it's the way the cookie crumbles, Max. It's just how it do be. As Virtus Pro moving out of Impala. And I will say, speaking of Impala, no, it's not really done anything to me. I just really don't like it. I don't like the rotation out of it. I don't like the fights in it. I don't like the loot. Yeah, I just don't like it. But it's not really done anything to me necessarily. I just don't like it. So there's that. But yeah, just to clarify that. Yeah. I take it. You're an Impala fan, are you?
No, I'm a Picado fan. I'm a Picado. It's what I am.
Picado.
Also a boy, I love the players from the boys from Gladiators more specifically. Look at those great nades and plays. Get himself a few more limbs onto ULC, I believe it was. But that circle again to this on top of the Supraburgos, the old Game Lord team. And Novalo, you got it right now, my boy. But if they hold on to a 2-2 split in this current position they're in, I mean, this could be their qualification game into the top 6. They could be bringing it back from the brink of death in 2 matches back-to-back. But now over to another fight. Meth team versus Shockwave, another third party! What is going on? Everyone wants a piece of this one. But Meth currently, 1 player, it was wrecked. Watch me. Apparently going to be watched as he gets knocked away. Kespo is going to be following in its tracks as Marlow left stranded in a solo fight. Can he clutch it out versus Shockwave? Nade's going to be coming out. Could be a good one. They're very close quarter. Right through the door. Nice try.
Beautiful.
Does get one onto SNOWX. Right back up there so you can buy some time. Just barely dodges away those bullets. Going to try and go potentially for the first aid. And he will potentially be allowed to pull it off.
Yep. He will indeed. This is very nice from Marlow. He's doing some really good stuff.
Oh, he's got to re-engage. Nicely done. Right on the money. Gets one. He's got to heal up if he can right through the window. Unfortunate.
GG's.
Good attempt, I have to say, Natura,
Excellent
but
attempt.
Not meant to be.
Nope, not meant to be, that's for sure. But honestly, fantastic work. I mean, they really gave SHOCKWAVE a run for their money. I thought, honestly, that SHOCKWAVE were done for there. He was looking like he knew what he was doing. So, very big GGs going over to him. What is the Meku just mollied himself? What is happening? Memes?
That's a
Memes and
Matic thing
malls?
to do normally.
Yeah, that's
not
true.
a Meku thing.
You're right. You're right. You're right. But if those points need to go anywhere from the Gladiators, it is to SBG. So nice to see them pick points as Liberty try to make their way in, and K12 saying no.
My boy Perks, nice spray down with the Glacier M4, flexing on us as he gets those limbs. 1 point. First point actually of this game for K12, which, you know, not in position, that was at the start of the day. K12 currently in, yeah, still 5th position actually. They just need an average game and they could rip that top 6. But see now things are going so far, the circle not really in their favor. SHOCKWAVE looking for another breach. They're hungry for blood here, Neptura. It seems they're going right for Major Pride, right to the gutter.
Oh.
Gets himself one. SNOX falls down. Then he's about to fall in his footsteps, and he does indeed. Hazza and Aza. Can they get it done? SHOCKWAVE get it absolutely destroyed. Major Pride not even breaking a sweat on that fight.
What from them. Finally, Major Pride allowed to do work without getting third-partied, without any sort of nonsense. And when they show up, they show very, very well done. SHOCKWAVE, bit of a shame, but SHOCKWAVE currently 3rd place. I don't see them going down past 6th in the last game.
They're fine.
They're fine. They're good to go. So that Major Pride taken some of those points, and not from somebody else, who is also struggling or trying to get to that top 6 place. So some free points, very nicely done. MP getting the job done. And then we did see Royall up at the top there, looking very briefly, but not anymore. Liberty doing work as well, though.
Yeah, great nade there onto Fash from KONINA Power, though.
Nice.
Can he follow it up with another knock? Otherwise, I don't see him escaping that little gap of death. As MADBULLS Zerich in very honest, feels like.
It is.
Major Pride. They know Zerich is over there. He's not quite in circles, so he's going to have to leave, but I'm still looking at SBG. We need to see them claim this game. They've been in such a good position. They need to contest it. They need to make it up there. At least a podium finish to make it in the top 6. I want to see the finals with the X game.
Yes, we need to see it. We absolutely need to see it, and this is their chance to do so. They had a great game on the now they need a better game on the Miramar. Liberty have been doing phenomenal. We haven't seen too much of them, but they've got 7 eliminations at the moment, so they've certainly been busy. And Liberty, I believe, is another one of those teams that is looking for that. Yeah, they are. They're looking for that top 6 position. 17 points right now, plus the 7, etc., etc. They're looking pretty good. So SBG kind of got their work cut out for them, but they do have the advantage when it comes to that ground. So as long as the zone stays their way, they should be okay.
Yeah, that could be a really good nade. Just chuck it right on the damage.
Nice.
Why are you pushing it solo over the mollies? Enough. But he does push out. The thing is, okay, Neptura, I don't understand. Why are you pushing side when you could just do the molly as the first thing?
Literally.
Just do the molly. Don't take the risk. If he pushes out of the door, you just kill him. Just
literally. Literally. Honestly. Tisk. That was rip. Big rip. Onto. Was that KONINA Power doing that?
The breach was on Major Pride.
Oh, it was Major Pride. Okay. Oh, yeah, so it was. Gotcha. So they lose a player because of that. That's rip. That's big rip for these. But, yeah, it is what it is. And they did get rid of MADBULLS at the end. They're still up 3. They still got 6 points. Still okay. I love the split from SBG here. They just have to not get Akashi killed at the moment. He's got Royall just looking at him, but ENA in a world of hurt right there. Surely Akashi can see that.
Yeah, especially for SBG, I'm happy it's a 2-2 split. I feel like too many teams are trying potentially regroup or potentially do weird 3-1 splits. I think a 2-2 split is a great way to do it, so you can go for the res. In case of a teammate like Robs could have got knocked there, they could have gone for the res. But none of the teams are going to try and be super opportunistic. The moment they get a knock onto SBG, they're going to try and go for the full-on breach potentially as Major Pride. Only Nomi remains, could go for the res onto effect, but are KONINA Power going to allow it? Or is a nade going to come swinging from downtown?
We'll have to see. The zone does not go to anyone, Max. So and it's looking rough for all the teams, but particularly SBG, because they have to come downhill, and that's never what you want to do, because there's going to be a lot of teams waiting for them at the bottom of that hill. What is this?
Push on Goro, taking a one-on-one, and Nomi is not able to put up the fight. It's going to be a close one to see if they do make in top 6. It might just have barely been enough for Major Pride. We'll have to see on the results page after this, but right now, SBG, this is going to be the game focused on them. KONINA Power 2 has a living chance to make it up in that top 6, so many teams that still have a chance to make it up there. Penetra as a nade coming up hot from the sides of La Bandita, and SBG secured himself an extra elim, a team squad wipeout, as now their position is going to be contested.
It is indeed. Liberty, have they done enough? I don't know. That's one of several teams who we don't know. So it is all going to come down to those final points. Royal having a royal pain of a time. There they go, out to the zone, out to KP, out to everybody. That was a rough position to be put in. But now SBG can continue their trajectory, continue this dominance. But they can't be cocky. Don't be cocky with this. Play together.
How you go. Obaldai can't do anything. They just behind the car. One nade is all you need. And SBG. Finally, we waited for a Neptura, and they finally get themselves to chicken dinner, not only to secure this final game at the end of the day, but also to hopefully secure their spot in the top 6 and to fight against the best of the MENA and Turkish region. What a game, and what a way to close it off. And man, we're going to have Dave back up here, but this is the game they needed to close it off and make sure they win a top 6, and they just pull it off in such a dominant fashion with that 2-2 split. Absolute beauty.
I know. Our French hearts at the, SBG coming clutch there, really good stuff, and great. Many thoughts, one sentence. Great performance from multiple teams on that front. We saw some of the teams that are safe, just kind of play, but not play super safe. But at the same, saw those teams who did that top 6 super hungry for it to the point, like 3 different teams absolutely have top 6 spot away from somebody who 4. So it is all through those few points. So it's super exciting, because even after 5 games, we're start on our what's the word? On our toes. Thank you.
Our toes. Edge of the seat.
Yes, etc. Exactly.
Yeah, but Dave, what are your thoughts on this game? Because an absolute banger from the sides of SBG.
Yeah, GG's to SBG. I'm really curious. I know they're still calculating but like the overalls, I'm so curious on how close like the 6th and 7th place, like that cutoff is going to be. Maybe even who like kind of broke in to that top 6, because it's going to be exciting. After today, we got 6 from EU, 6 from Turkey, and then 6 from MENA, all clashing on the 18th. 18 teams in total as well. 18th, let's go figure. For the grand final, and that's where the cash money is here, Maxman.
Yeah, exactly. They're looking at the stats of this game. Sangoros from KONINA Power was the MVP of the entire game, and it's really cool because you talked about Major Pride as a storyline, KONINA Power. These are all teams that, with the performance they put up here, might have been able to make it up there. Sly did end up being a little bit short on the points they brought up, but still a valiant effort from them. And we got some teams that are heavily going to be uncontested in that top 6 position, especially the top 3 to top 4 potentially will remain untouched. But here you go, 6 elims coming out from KONINA Power on Sungorish in particular. Fair to say, Neptura, the performance that they desperately needed to hopefully make it up to the next stage.
Oh yeah, absolutely. KONINA Power doing some excellent work there. I mean, they were the closest to that top 6 spot, only 2 points away. So we'll have to see if VP was on the other side of that. So I don't know if they did enough. I didn't end up where they, what kind of points they up in that final match, but I'm kind of nervous for them, honestly. VP just hanging in there by the skin of their teeth. We'll have to see how they end up with that one. But KONINA Power definitely did some good damage, some high damage, pretty as well. And my heart hurts for, Sly came in guns blazing, but you know what? Third partiers get third partied. That's what karma is, and it caught up to this game.
Like everyone had a tooth to pick with Sly this game. I don't know what it is. It's just like third party after third party happening in that one single compound. Looking at the total points brought home, very top heavy once again here, Dave, with points for SBG, 18 points for KONINA Power, and the 11 there for Liberty Vision.
Major Pride, fine. Is it enough? enough?
Oh.
Is it no, I don't think so, but we'll see here. Also on the flip end, K12, that 1 point, is that what got him knocked out? Possibly
Ooh,
of
possibly.
the top 6. There's a lot of storylines, right? As both of you were mentioning. So come on, please. Hey,
Come on.
please throw it up. I gotta know.
Let's
The
go.
chat wants to know.
Drum roll.
Who's the top
Come on.
6?
Let's go. Overall rankings. Time to check out exactly who's going to be making it to the next stage.
Whoa.
Oh, Dagestan able to just hold on by actually 10 points. That's a
Wow.
pretty big gap that was built there, Nipter, actually. Dagestan 77, SHOCKWAVE, KONINA POWER, MADBULLS, SBG, and Gaimin Gladiators will be the ones representing Europe in your next clash versus the MENA and Turkish teams. But SBG in particular, Niptera, climb up to 2nd place in the last 2 games. What a major upset for some of these teams.
I know. I mean, because some of these teams have held on, like, to the 6th spot for the entire time, and then SBG just go, thanks for keeping this seat warm. I'll take it now. But also 42 points. Who else has 42 points? MADBULLS and KONINA POWER tied. So 2nd to 4th are actually all just 2nd because they all have 42 points. And then SHOCKWAVE with 41. That is so close, Max. Oh my goodness. I'm going to need a moment because I need to process this. What is going on?
Neptura, you know what's even more impressive for me is I know we're looking at 42, 42, 42, but the Gladiators have 41 kills. You know, so that's just crazy that they almost 1 more point, they would have been equal to not only 2nd, but also 3rd and 4th place in total points. So the Gladiators just dominating here today, Maxman.
Yeah, I mean, Gladiators, normally in a team, you have, like, 1, 2 fraggers, or their main role in Gladiators team, they're all fraggers. Even the RGL is a fragger. Just, they have such an emphasis around those kill points that they just get 41. You just give them, literally, you give them just their elimination points, you remove all their placement points, they still qualify.
They still qualify. That's insane.
That's how dominant it's been by Gladiators. They're just shredding it when it comes to elims, and I feel like they can make an absolute statement in the following event for versus the MENA and Turkish teams. But unfortunately, Major Pride here, Dave, not able to quite make the cut.
Yeah.
Listen, Max, man, it's not only me and Major Pride, all right? Because you know who else didn't make it, man?
Virtus Pro.
Huh?
Gonna say it.
Virtus Pro.
Yeah,
so we're both
no,
down in the dumps. You know, we're both gonna be just crying tonight. You know, baking that cake together. I'll do the whipped cream. You'll do the other stuff, and you know, we can share our feelings later on. But GG's to the top 6. Honestly, GG's to the top 6, and I don't think the grind stops now, right? Because they have to prepare for an even more intense lobby with the clashes of the different regions. It was all about the Europe side of things. You know, how are they going to compete up against these other regions? Here's the format, just in case you forgot. But the next part of this tournament is the mixed finals. That's what I was just mentioning, Maxman. So it's gonna be a tight race.
I'm not sure if the MENA teams are currently decided. I know that the Turkish teams are decided, and we're gonna have, for the Turkish side, the 6 teams are Digital Athletics, Getso Esports, Foot Esports, Nextria Esports, S2G, and Melise Esports. Especially looking at, I feel like 3 names in particular here, Niptera. Looking at Foot, Nextria, and S2G, our current reigning world champions. The heat is going to be brought by the Turkish side, but with how dominant Gladiators are, I feel like we have a chance to see EU prevail.
Yes, 100%. You know, yeah, it's actually really nice having the world champions on our side of the world for once. You know, because we get to see them in other tournaments. You know, it's fun. No, I'm really excited to see how we, you know, go up against Turkey and MENA, and how we perform, because we performed super well here today. I have to say, those points are so close. And I see several teams being able to keep that kind of proximity to the other teams in other regions. So I am very excited for next week now.
100% super excited. Though I feel like, Dave, one thing that I want to bring up for SBG in particular, it's great to see them do well in the last 2 matches and just clutch it to qualify in the top 6. But for the grand finals versus Turkey and MENA, we need to see that playstyle from SBG, the hyper-aggressive playstyle from the get-go. They can't afford to do in the last match. It might not be enough.
Yeah, and you know what? This was one of those storylines that we were chatting about for SBG at the pre-show. New kind of banner, you know, new team name that they're representing here tonight. Maybe even looking to get picked up again from another org. So this is exactly where they want to find themselves with that new team name here, Maxman. Same team, new name, but still looking to get some more eyes on them and be like, hey, Game Lord, Shmame Lord. All right, we're all about SBG now. So let's see what they can accomplish on the 18th.
Yeah, they've been looking real sharp, that's for sure. But all of the 6 teams, once again, congratulations for them as they advance to the grand finals to fight against the best teams of MENA and Turkey. That's going to be happening on the 18th, so you definitely want to write that down on your calendar. You don't want to miss out on the 18th. Same time, same place. It's going to be myself, Nubtura, and Dave back once again to bring you the action do you all know and love. So yeah, thank you very much, Nubtura and Dave, for the action you brought today. It's been great times. Thank you to the viewers at home that have been checking out the broadcast. We'll see you all next week for some more Lidoma action. See you next time.
Epic.